Yo, what up? I don't think there's anybody in here, but what's happening? Long time, no live. Yeah, just been crazy, and then with all the bullshit going on, I just haven't been wanting to deal with it. It's a lot of stupid drama for no reason, but that's what everybody wants, so that's what everybody's getting. But yeah, I wanted to go over the Tupac thing. It's amazing they arrested someone for it, and I think Vlad TV had done a um an interview with the guy who's arrested now. I forget his name, but yeah, I just have like the press conference from today I was gonna play. So yeah, let's check it out.
All right, folks, we are going out right now to Las Vegas. The update on the Tupac Shakur murder update. Let's listen.
This afternoon. 27 years. 27 years. For 27 years, the family of Tupac Shakur has been waiting for justice. We are here today to announce the arrest of 60-year-old Dwayne Keith Davis, aka Keefy D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Davis was arrested this morning by my LVMPD criminal apprehension team, and this investigation started on the night of September 7th, 1996. It is far from over. It has taken countless hours, really decades, of work by the men and women of our homicide section to get to where we are today. Several of those detectives that are standing here with us include Detective Cliff Mogg, the lead detective on this case. He is now retired. While I know there's been many people who did not believe that the murder of Tupac Shakur was important to this police department, I'm here to tell you that was simply not the case. It was not the case back then, and it is not the case today. Our goal at LVMPD has always been to hold those accountable and responsible for Tupac's violent murder accountable. Just like we do for every homicide victim in our city. Every single victim, every life that is lost is important and remains a priority to this police department. As we methodically built this case to move forward with an arrest, it was also important that at the same time, we're building towards a successful prosecution. We work closely with our esteemed district attorney, Steve Wolfson, in his office to ensure that is going to happen. Mr. Davis's own words reinvigorated our case in 2018. I'm going to give you some of those details, and I'm going to introduce to you our homicide lieutenant, Jason Johansson, and he will provide you many of the details on how we got here today. Lieutenant.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you, everybody, for being here today. My name is Jason Johansson, and I'm the homicide lieutenant with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And my goal here today is to walk you through our investigation and what led us to the indictment of Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefy D, for the murder of Tupac Shakur. This case has been reviewed by our homicide team and homicide detectives for over 2.5 decades.
I mean, yeah, just think about that. 27 years it's been. It's just ridiculous that it did take that long. But anyway, sorry.
And ultimately, our persistence in this investigation has paid off. Let me walk you through a timeline of events that as we know them right now. Prior to September 7th of 1996, as we all know, Tupac Shakur was a artist who was signed with Death Row Records. And that Death Row Records and its CEO, Marion Suge Knight, were closely street gangs, and that they had an ongoing feud with the South Side Compton Crips. Dwayne Davis was the leader and shot caller of the South Side Compton Crips. And both of these gangs operated out of the Southern California area of Compton. On the night of September 7th of 1996, Tupac Shakur, along with Suge Knight and members of their entourage, which include members of Mob Piru, came to Vegas to attend the Mike Tyson fight at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. Members of the Southside Compton Crips, which included Dwayne Davis, along with his nephew Orlando Anderson, were also in attendance at the same event. As both were leaving the fight, members of Death Row Records spotted Orlando Anderson near an elevator bank inside the MGM. And at that time, they began to kick and punch him near that elevator bank. I will now show you hotel security footage, as many of you have already seen, related to this incident. And on this incident, you will see Tupac Shakur, who's wearing a shiny satiny shirt, along with Marion Suge Knight, who's a large man in a brown suit, punching and kicking Orlando Anderson. Following this incident, you'll see hotel security intervene, and then they will leave the area of the fight.
Attention business owners. If you're a business owner, you can get free access to this.
Little did anyone know that it is this incident right here that would ultimately lead to the retaliatory shooting and death of Tupac Shakur.
I think everyone knew.
Following this incident, Tupac and Suge Knight both left the MGM to make their way to a post-fight party, which was to occur at a local nightclub. At the same time, word had spread among.
Dude, the craziest thing about this is that Suge Knight, as big as he is, how many shots were fired and how many hit Tupac alone, and he wasn't even shot at all. That's crazy to me. So crazy.
Amongst members of the Southside Compton Crips of what had occurred inside the MGM. And then that's when Dwayne Davis began to devise a plan to obtain a firearm and retaliate against Suge Knight and Mr. Shakur for what occurred inside the hotel against Mr. Anderson. After Davis obtained a gun, he entered into a white Cadillac along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Based on our investigation, this is where we know they were seated. At some point in time, as they were in the white Cadillac, Mr. Davis took the gun that he had obtained and provided it to the passengers in the rear seat of the vehicle. As they were driving west on Flamingo Road near Koval, they had located the black BMW, which was driven by Suge Knight, and in the passenger seat was Tupac Shakur. And as they turned around.
So what do you think? One of those people in that car had to snitch, right? How would they come up with all this detail about it? I'm sure there's video and stuff, but it's kind of crazy.
They pulled up near the passenger side of that vehicle and immediately began shooting at Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur. Following that shooting, the white Cadillac fled the area southbound on Koval. And after our officers arrived on scene, Tupac was later transported to the University Medical Center, where he is treated medically and died approximately 6 days later on September 13th. My homicide section handled this investigation from its onset and for a short amount of time. And within a short amount of time, what we knew was that we were working a gang investigation where our victims, our witnesses, and our suspects were all from Southern California and not local to Las Vegas. Within the first few months of the investigation, our detectives knew most of the information I just briefed you on. However, we never had the necessary evidence to bring this case forward and present it for criminal charges. As time went on, this case had been reviewed multiple times by different investigators assigned to my section, but it wasn't until 2018 that this case was reinvigorated as additional information came to light related to this homicide. Specifically, Dwayne Davis's own admissions to his involvement in this homicide investigation that he provided to numerous different media outlets.
Oh shit, man. So he said that he was involved, or what the hell?
In our section, we knew at this time that this was likely our last time to take a run at this case to successfully solve this case and bring forth a criminal charge. It was at that time that this case was assigned to Cliff Mogg, a detective within my homicide section. And over the last 5 years, my section worked closely hand in hand with the Clark County District Attorney's Office and followed a systematic investigative plan over the last 5 years. We've conducted countless interviews and corroborated numerous facts that were not only consistent with the crimes.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, Trey. I mean, if he admitted to this, they knew all this stuff within months of the shooting, and they just didn't have enough evidence. And then throughout the years, just people talking, especially that guy talking. I bet you, man, you go back and look at that Vlad TV video, and he probably does admit to a bunch of crap in there.
Seen on the night of the incident, but also corroborated and were consistent with the sequence of events that night. This ultimately led to us procuring a search warrant, which was executed at Mr. Davis's residence in Henderson, Nevada. And following the execution of that search warrant, in close coordination with the District Attorney's Office, this case was presented to the grand jury, which ultimately led to Davis being indicted on charges of murder. Before I hand it off to the District Attorney's Office, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Detective Mogg and all the other detectives that were not only assigned this case and reviewed this case, but all the other detectives from other agencies that assisted us in this investigation. They know who they are, and thank you very much for all the assistance you provided. It does not go unnoticed. And lastly, one of the most important things, in my opinion, is we need to make this be a reminder that the charge of murder does not.
Yeah, Trey, I remember hearing that about the corrupt cops, and it was the cops or some stuff like that. I mean, it makes sense because they do. I mean, they could have had a problem with the security, and a lot of cops work security. So, I mean, I'm sure it was from something, but yeah, I mean, just to have that fight with that supposed leader of the one gang or one of the higher ups in the gang, you knew that retaliation was going to come back. But they probably didn't think it was going to happen within, an hour.
Have a statute of limitations. This agency has been and is invested in solving our cold case homicides so that we can bring closure to those families and justice for those victims of homicide. And with that, I will turn it over to the Clark County District Attorney, Steve Wilson.
I'm Nick Nimmin, and I'm a StreamYard user. For the last 6 years, I've been live streaming.
Thank you, Lieutenant Johansson. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. I am the Las Vegas Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. It has often been said, justice delayed is justice denied. It's a quote we hear often and for many, many years when talking about our legal system, but not in this case. Today, justice will be served in the murder of Tupac.
Yeah, exactly, Trey. No, you're not hearing it wrong. They're like glossing over that. They're like, yeah, by the way, we did know what was going on 3 months into it, or 3 months after he was shot and killed, but we just let everything hanging for 27 years. Yeah, that's just weird for sure. I mean, that is a long freaking time. And then all of a sudden come back and do it. It's like someone was probably paying off the cops and then the money ran out. What's up? Let's see. I'm wondering if it's because it's all gang related. Maybe that's why the cops laid low. Maybe the cops were intimidated because of gangs have a lot of power. No, I agree. Yeah, they I'm assuming it's kind of like what you see in the movies and stuff where they're paying a lot of these cops off, um, probably like whole departments and shit in some cases. Um, yeah, so that was going on. So if they're taking money, then they're thinking, oh man, they're kind of screwed. They have to go along with whatever. But 27 years is a long time, so maybe the money wasn't, that guy wasn't even doing it anymore, or they weren't getting paid anymore, or those cops weren't there anymore. And they're like, fuck this shit. We're gonna do it now. The guy has nothing to hold over us. But yeah, no, it's definitely strange.
Tupac Shakur. I'd like to acknowledge the relentless work of the many Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department homicide detectives. We've mentioned Detective Cliff Mogg many times, and we can't mention his name enough. He is the detective, along with his colleagues, that brought this case here today to you. A Clark County grand jury has indicted Dwayne Keith Davis with 1 count of open murder with use of a deadly weapon with a gang enhancement. Davis will appear in court in the next few days or so for a hearing to determine his custody status and to set a jury trial date. This grand jury has been receiving evidence for months and has determined there is sufficient evidence to justify the filing of this criminal indictment. I've assigned 2 of my top prosecutors.
So, whoa, wait, what? The grand jury has been receiving evidence for months? I mean, I don't know how a grand jury works, but I would assume that they would just have the people come in, right? Kind of like a normal jury come and you sit there for 6 hours or whatever, a couple hours, and then you take a lunch, a couple more hours, take a break or whatever the hell they do. Over months at a time? That's is that normal? I don't even know. I don't even know. All right, I'll shut up.
Mark DiGiacomo and Banu Palal to prosecute this case. I know a lot of people have been watching and waiting for this day. Tupac Shakur is a music legend, and for a long time, this community and worldwide have been wanting justice for Tupac. Today, we are taking that first step. Tupac was actually quoted as saying, "Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive, never."
Yeah, no, Trey, for sure, man, because you would think even Suge Knight, he's such a bad, portrays like he's the baddest motherfucker in the world. And you would think, hey, they shot at him too. He should have been dead or could have been dead, just like Tupac. I mean, he was sitting within like a foot of him with all those bullets and shit. So I mean, that's crazy. You would think that him being what he is or what he portrayed to be, he would have done something or got someone to do something about it. especially if they were all from LA too. Like all these people supposedly are from LA. Um, where Suge Knight hung out. It's crazy, man. Crazy. It's like they didn't want it known, and now all of a sudden, I mean, I'm sure Suge Knight was like thinking, "Oh man, maybe he was thinking, hey, I didn't get killed. I'm good to go. Now I got all Tupac's, music without him in the way, so I get all the money." I could see that too.
Never surrender. Well, we didn't surrender thanks to the great work of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department under the leadership of Sheriff Kevin McMahill, Lieutenant Johansson, retired Detective Cliff Mogg. I am proud to announce the return of this document. This is the indictment we've been waiting almost 3 decades for. It spells out the facts and circumstances and what justifies a Clark County grand jury in returning an indictment. Justice will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I just like to say that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department homicide section year over year solves over 90% of the homicides that occur in our jurisdiction. You won't find that anywhere else in the United States. For those family members that have lost somebody that we haven't solved that case, I want you to know, just like in this case, we're not going to give up. I also say to you that as we begin, we're going to take a couple of questions. I want you to remember in your questioning that this investigation, subsequent arrest, and now indictment is only the beginning of the process. And we are committed and invested in ensuring a successful prosecution as we move forward. So with that, we'll take any questions that you might have. Ken?
Excuse me, Sheriff, thank you. Have you been in touch with the Shakur family, anyone within here today? And if so, can you characterize what they told you?
The family has reached out to my office. I imagine also to Metro. We've been in communication with them. We understand that they are welcoming this news. They are pleased with this news, and they are certainly aware of the return of this indictment.
Do you anticipate them being at court for arraignment of Mr. Davis?
I don't think they'll be at the arraignment. I mean, that's a relatively short hearing, but I know that they'll be involved. I know that they'll want to be apprised of what goes on a frequent basis.
This is how much money YouTube has been paying me for a brand new YouTube channel that only has 4.
Back.
Could you talk about any of the statements that you made that piqued your curiosity again or got you back into this case?
Jason, you want to answer that? We're not going to talk about any particular statements, but maybe he can address that globally.
Yeah, no, I agree, Trey, for sure, man. I don't believe there's justice either because this dude still got to live his life for the last 27 years free. And now he's an old man. So he's going to go die in prison? That isn't justice for Tupac. No, it isn't, man. Kind of sucks. Yeah, it's just, hey, what's up, Wing Zero? What's happening? Yeah, man, this is it's like I'm just happy we kind of know where it's like. I mean, you heard rumors and all that stuff, but this kind of tells us that mystery solved. It's not a mystery anymore. So I guess they'll have to go work on Biggie's killer now.
What I'll say is there's a lot that's going to come out when it comes time for trial, but he provides his own series of statements that are very consistent with the evidence that we have on the scene that we've obtained through our investigation. I'll leave it at that.
Can you identify anything that came from the raid? I'm sorry, the service of the warrant in July that you didn't know before?
Yeah, that's a good question. What I'll say about the search warrant that we did in July, that we obtained information or evidence during that execution of that search warrant that corroborated information obtained through our investigation. And I'll leave it at that until we go to trial. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Tiffany Lane with Channel 3. So I know that this was obviously a big move. Is there anyone else being looked at this point? I know a lot of people have passed away since this incident, but is anyone else being looked at as part of this investigation still?
So as I stated earlier, in this case, the only living suspect related to this investigation is Dwayne Davis. All other 3 suspects are deceased.
Holy mackerel.
Thank you. Vanessa Murphy.
Wow. The other 3 people that were in the car that day
If he is not the one believed to
are not alive. That's
Yes,
crazy.
well, under Nevada law, and this is the law in most states in this country, you can be charged with a crime whether you're directly involved or whether you're an aider and abetter. We have an aiding and abetting statute, which provides that if you help somebody commit a crime, you can be equally as guilty. The best example is 2 guys that agree to commit a bank robbery, and one of them goes into the bank with a gun and actually commits the robbery, and the other guy is the getaway driver. Never went in the bank, but he assisted the guy that went in the bank, so he's equally guilty. That is one of the theories in this case as well.
Last question.
What?
Do investigators believe that Davis was
Hey.
the only person behind the plan to kill Tupac, or was he one of multiple people who came up with this plan?
I think the best way to characterize that is Dwayne Davis was the shot caller for this group of individuals that committed this crime, and he orchestrated the plan that was carried out to commit this crime.
And can you say how he obtained the gun or who he obtained it from?
We know that he obtained it from a close associate. That a lot of the actual details of who specifically, all that come out at trial, but he obtained it from a close associate of his.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dang. Well, there you go, man. They arrested him. Keefe D. Keefy D. Interesting nickname. But yeah, 27 years. And wasn't he 27? Like, wasn't everything like 27? So it's just like part of the, it'll be like a conspiracy theory now. It was 27 years and all the people that died when they're 27, and it was 27 years since he passed away, and they arrested someone for it. Yeah, definitely going to be a conspiracy theory. All right. Yeah, so what's up? What do you guys want to talk about? Yeah, so the other thing I was going to talk about was Suzanne Morphew. I mean, that is crazy. They found her and they weren't even looking for her. They were on another case looking, doing a search. I saw Gray did a thing about it. I saw I didn't watch it. I saw he was showing where it actually was at and stuff. I'm sure he did a great job. Yeah, I was gonna look at it and see if he did actually show, or does anyone want to come up? Bullshit. Why look this up? Hang on, let me see. All right, let's see. Trying to see if someone has a. Oh, okay, here we go. Court TV did something. All right. Let me share this. All right. To share it? Yeah, it shared it. All right. We'll, we'll see what Court TV has to say about Suzanne Morphew. Yeah, so I guess that when they dropped the charges for Barry, they did it without prejudice. So it means that they can come back and charge him at a later date or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, which is weird. I mean, it makes sense though. I mean, if you, but there is like a double jeopardy. You can't be like, I guess you can't be. It's double jeopardy, is you can't be tried for the same thing twice. I mean, I guess you could be charged for it if they drop it like the first time, come back and charge you again. I guess that isn't double jeopardy. But, all right, let's listen. See what Vinny has to say about this. I like Vinny. I mean, he's a little animated and a little over the top a lot of times, but I don't know, he's been around for a while. He's all right.
Politan, great to have you with us here on Closing Arguments. Like I've been saying, it's a big week here at Court TV. A lot of movement in cases that we've been following and tracking for years. And one of them is the disappearance of Suzanne Morphew. This is a woman married, 2 children, a husband, living in this beautiful home in Colorado, goes missing on Mother's Day. Well, this week, her remains have been recovered, and we have a lot that we want to get to in this story. But first, let's walk you through the timeline to give you a little more perspective on what happened.
Oh, Trey, it's not that bad. You would think it would be bad, but it's kind of just normal. It's just a few people talking, and there's no one in here anyways. But yeah, we'll listen to it. Sorry. Let me know if someone wants to come up. Oh shit. Wrong one. All right, here we go.
And then transpired during the course of this case. So May 9th, 2020, Suzanne Morphew's last known communication is a selfie sent to her lover in Michigan. He replied, but she did not respond to his reply messages. May 10th, the next day, Barry, Suzanne's husband, says Suzanne was still sleeping when he left for business. Now, this May 10th, this is Mother's Day, in Broomfield, Colorado. He's seen on surveillance at a Broomfield Holiday Inn with 2 white trash bags that morning. It's a little odd, but he is away. Barry's seen on surveillance video placing the items into trash cans all around Broomfield, Colorado. That's kind of weird. I'm sorry.
Dude, that is definitely weird as shit. I mean, wow. Some of this stuff I've never heard before, so this is going to be pretty interesting for me to even watch. Yeah, I was unaware that she was. Honestly, I didn't really follow this case too much because I was like, oh, it seemed plausible. I was like, oh, she went on a ride on a bike and might have got attacked by a mountain lion or something. It kind of popped in my head. But yeah, man, she was having an affair. She was going through chemo, like right at that time. At the beginning of chemo, I'm assuming. I mean, there was just so much going on in her life. The kids were or the 2 daughters. The one was, I believe, heading to college. I mean, there was just so much stuff going on that I didn't even realize because I really didn't follow the case. But anyways, I'll shut up. Here we go.
All right, that's just weird. You take trash and you're throwing. I mean, there might be a reason for it, I guess, but still a little suspicious. Later that day, Suzanne is reported missing. Suzanne's bicycle is found near their home down a steep ravine off Chaffee County Road 225 from Highway 50. And that was a big part of the initial investigation. Maybe she went for a bike ride, maybe there was an accident, mountain lions, abduction, something. Like what is it? How did the bike get there? May 11th, the next day, the search efforts begin. Hundreds of people work to find Suzanne. A reward for information on her disappearance begins to grow. May 13th, Suzanne's bike helmet is found less than a mile from where her bicycle was located. That's also an interesting fact, right? What does that mean? What picture does that paint? May 17th, so this is 1 week later, Barry Morphew posts a video online pleading for Suzanne's safe return. In the video, he seems to take the approach that he believes she has been abducted and says, return her, no questions asked. Okay, May 20th. This is where things get even more interesting. Investigators locate a spy pen during the search of the Morphew's residence. In one of the files, Suzanne apparently places the pen inside Barry's car, where it records him listening to multiple episodes of Forensic Files.
What? I mean, what? You can't make this shit up, man. Like, dude, she probably was. I mean, if she was going through all that stuff, probably on a lot of drugs and stuff, cheating, and I mean, and probably worried that he probably knew or was going to find out and he was going to do something to her on top of it. Oh my goodness, man. I mean, I don't know why I didn't follow this case more, because this is craziness, man. And he was even arrested. I hope they say how long he was in jail. They'll probably tell us that. I know he was in jail for a minute before he got out on bail or bond or whatever. Or did they drop the charges and he got? I don't know. Sorry, I'll shut up again and we'll watch this. Man, this is so interesting, man.
Now, obviously, watching Forensic Files is not suspicious, right? Because I mean, we've had Forensic Files on Court TV.
Court TV's like, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Come on, guys. Yeah, but I mean, if you never watched it before and all of a sudden you're watching it and you're more than likely your wife is cheating on you and you're a very angry man. Okay.
It's where the whole thing started, right? But still kind of interesting when you think about how things transpire here. May 5th.
Oh, Wing Zero, you've been a member for a month. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Cool kid. What's up, TLC? Welcome in. TLC, I haven't heard yet. I'm assuming that they're gonna kind of tell us all that in this thing. It's like a 30-minute long, 30-something minute long video from Court TV. It just started. You really didn't miss much. He's just starting the timeline, kind of. Yeah, it's very interesting.
2021. Okay, this is a year later. Barry is arrested, charged with first-degree murder and other crimes. April 19th, 20.
It'd be interesting to know what the other crimes were too, because then that would kind of say, I mean, dude, they got him on video running around, emptying or throwing trash away in a town away from his home. That's crazy.
2022, flash forward almost another year. Everyone's getting ready for the trial, including Court TV. Days before the trial is set to begin, prosecutors drop charges against Barry Morphew without prejudice, meaning they can refile them. And in this picture, you see Barry, that's him with his two daughters, who absolutely believe that their father is 1000% innocent in all of this.
Yeah, I mean, they're smiling. They're happy that the charges got dropped. It's crazy.
Yes. September 22nd, Suzanne Morphew's remains are found in Moffett, Colorado during an apparent unrelated search. An unrelated search. That's a little peculiar, a little different. You're investigating another case and you find this case, which has been investigated for years.
Yeah, man, I do find that very fascinating that they would. I mean, what were they looking for in that area? They thought it was like a dumping ground or something. That's crazy to me.
September 27th, the remains of Suzanne Morphew were positively identified. So that gives you some idea of how everything has transpired since Suzanne Morphew was last heard from and was reported missing. So you got to go back. You got to go back to 2020. Let's bring in a special guest joining me from Denver, Colorado tonight. Reporter for the Denver Gazette, Carol McKinley is with us. Carol, thank you so much for joining us tonight, doing great reporting on this.
Oh shit, Wing Zero, I appreciate that. Thank you for gifting the 5 memberships. If you got a membership, thank Wing Zero. Sorry.
Let me start with where Suzanne's remains were found. And I know there were reports, and I believe you were the one that was reporting all of this, that there was a potential lead and there was thought that there was a spot where her body was that was difficult to access, maybe, and police were, it was going to take some time to get there. Is this the area, is this the same area, we believe, where they thought she may have been and where they ended up finding her?
Great question, Vinny. No, in fact, the investigation never even considered this area. This is a place that surprised everyone who was involved in the original investigation. They were looking up in the mountains behind the Morphew's home, where there are a bunch of old mines. You know, Colorado was an old gold mining area. There were silver mines, and those go way deep down. And so I know that some of the investigation was centering around these mines, and nothing was ever found in them. Some of the reasoning was when they dropped this case, we know where she is, but she's underneath a bunch of snow, and we're going to have to wait till the thaw. Well, the thaw came. They didn't find anything.
Dude, they say that all the time. Like, I thought, didn't they say that in the Summer Wells case too? Like, oh, we'll find her once the snow thaws. Like, you know, we're pretty sure we know where she's at. Like, they say that a lot. It's kind of, I mean, I guess that they believe they know the scenario.
Fast forward to this year, another thaw, and it didn't matter anyway because that's not where she was. She was in this place about 45 minutes from where the Morphews lived, their mountain home, which was remote.
Oh, wow. So there we go. First 45 minutes. So she did not definitely bike there. But it doesn't mean that she wasn't grabbed, you know, and taken there. And that would lead credence to, like, maybe it was a dumping ground. They were looking for another woman, maybe another suspect with a whole other case. I mean, obviously they were. I mean, they've already admitted that. So maybe there is something to him thinking that she was abducted. I mean, she's definitely a beautiful woman. So, I mean, psychos are psychos. Wait a minute. What did I miss? Why did the charges get dropped? They said they didn't have enough evidence. They believed he did something, but without the body and without, like, any more evidence, they really didn't have anything to go on. I don't think there was, like, pretty sure there was no blood or, like, no crime scene like that in and around the house that they could find, from what I remember. So there just wasn't enough evidence to continue on without the body. And they were probably thinking they were going to find it. I mean, they didn't arrest them for a year afterwards. So
This is also remote, but it's a field. And it's kind of a pasture where there's sagebrush and dry grass. And I'm told it was near a road, but it was just enough off.
yeah, no, they DLC for sure. They do. I mean, excuse me. You hear a lot of crazy shit, especially recently too in Colorado. I mean, where do we start, right? I mean, we could just go, like, let's full on crazy Chris Watts. I mean, even though he wasn't originally from Colorado, but he was there. Something in the water. I mean, whoo, yeah. So, anyways,
off the road to where you couldn't really see if someone was
oh yeah, so yeah, they said it was like yeah, field. I'll rewind it a little bit so we can hear it again. But yeah, fields. I mean, that would it could be someone just dumped her out there after like a random serial killer or another abductor. Just so strange. I mean, I really don't think they're. I mean, I'll do a poll in a little bit after we watch this a little more and see what you think. If they're going to charge him again, do you think that they're gonna arrest and charge Barry Morphew again? I'll do a poll here in a little bit, but let's watch some more.
digging, you couldn't really see what was going on or understand.
That's interesting, but remote, right?
Yeah.
Nonetheless, you're not in the middle of a town somewhere. This is an area where maybe you could pull off the side of the road and maybe no one comes by.
Yeah, and this is directly south, about 45 minutes from the Morphew home. Now, what I'm told is the way to get back to Broomfield, if Barry Morphew were to drive 45 minutes south, bury the body, add another 45 minutes on, let's say you add 3 hours to that trip to Broomfield, he couldn't do it. I mean, he was not in Saguache on May 10th. His GPS didn't go there and his cell phone didn't go there. So it kind of makes everybody take another look and say, well, Barry was arrested for this. He was charged for it. Did he go to jail for no reason? Is he the wrong guy? Are there two people? Did someone help him? Was there an individual who was maybe a serial killer who got involved in this and it wasn't Barry at all? So I think finding these remains, these bones, which were found and scattered across this field, only brings up more questions.
Oh, a ton of questions. Now, what struck me was they were investigating another case. Is this other case, do we know what it is? Is it a murder case? And did they find anything related to that case in this area?
They didn't. The other case is a woman named Edna Quintana who went missing last May 3rd, so of 2023. She was walking around in this town called Saguache, last seen walking, and just disappeared. Her body hasn't been found, but that's who Colorado Bureau of Investigation detectives were looking for when they came across Suzanne Morphew.
All right, let me rewind a little bit so we can listen to this again about the field and everything.
They didn't. The other case is a woman named Edna Quintana who went missing last May 3rd, so of 2023. She was walking around in this town called Saguache, last seen walking, and just disappeared. Her body hasn't been found, but that's who Colorado Bureau of Investigation detectives were looking for when they came across Suzanne Morphew's bones. They were like, oh my gosh, this isn't Edna Quintana. It's too old because she went missing in May. Who could this be? And so they had, meetings, and they called the DA of that area, which is a different DA who's been prosecuting this case all along. They, got a hold of the coroner, and they sent these remains up to a coroner in El Paso County, which is Colorado Springs, and he's the one who identified Suzanne Morphew.
So from my perspective, when I first heard of Suzanne's story, I'm like, this doesn't strike me as.
See you later, Wing Zero. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for getting those memberships. I appreciate it. You have a good night. Yeah, I know. I started this thing late. There's so many people live. I was listening to Forgotten Whispers and Jones in before that. So I kept pushing back to live. But I at least wanted to cover Tupac and Suzanne. All right.
As an area where you would have one of these crimes of opportunity, where someone is going for a bike ride or going jogging. It's so remote, and then someone would grab them, murder them, and get rid of their body. But now you're telling me there's another woman, less than an hour away, who was out for a walk and disappeared. Is there any, fear out there right now that there could be some sort of.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. This is all I'm kind of wondering if they're even going to charge him again, honestly. I mean, you never know, man. You never know. There's especially if there's another woman about the same age missing, just went out walking, probably didn't run away or anything. So I mean, yeah, man, this is crazy. Hey, what's up, Jess, Samantha? Wing Zero, what are you doing? Everyone thank Wing Zero for gifting you a membership. Thanks again, Wing Zero. You better go to bed, damn it. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, man, this is it, there's just so many more holes. If they didn't have enough evidence before, they're I mean, they're not gonna have too much evidence after this. But yeah, man. Oh wow. This is crazy.
Mountain serial killer in Colorado?
You know, I haven't heard that there's any fear, but I don't live down there. It's about 4 hours away from Denver to the south. I don't live there, so I don't know if there's fear, but Barry Morphew's attorney is suggesting that this could be the same person, especially since this woman went missing on May 3rd, which is about the same time that Suzanne Morphew disappeared. That was May 9th, 10th. So she's wondering if there's a link. I mean, she's trying to connect whatever she can to make sure the attention goes away from Barry Morphew.
Wow.
Well, yeah, because why? That's a great defensive attorney there. I mean, holy crap! It's so strange. I mean, if this guy did it and gets away with it because of that, I mean, it's just mind blowing. Mind blowing.
Wow. Okay, let's talk about some of the evidence though, because he was like we all said, he was arrested for murder. He was charged. We were waiting.
Oh, just Samantha, you think he's guilty, huh? All right. Yeah, man. I mean, I always go to like the logical thing, but that dude definitely is suspect. And I hardly ever say that when I just like don't really look into anything too much. But yeah, man, just a lot of even what I've heard at the beginning of this video that I didn't know about. I think I read something about Barry being at a hotel that was 5 miles away from where she was found. Oh, really? Just Samantha. Well, this lady just said that um, Barry Morphew's phone and car GPS was nowhere around that area um, the time that she went missing. So that whole day, he was never in that area or near that area. Um, so she was speculating that he might have had an accomplice or something. Colorado has history that makes me. Yeah, no, it does definitely TLC. Yeah, you think he's suspect too, Trey? Yeah, no, I honestly think he is sus, but yeah, it's kind of the lady did say I could rewind it and see if we can listen to it again. If I can get it where it was at.
They were like, oh my gosh, this isn't in the Quintana. It's too old because she went missing in May. Who could this be? And so they had, meetings, and they called the DA of that area, which is a different DA who's been prosecuting this case all along. They, got a hold of the coroner, and they sent these remains up to a coroner in El Paso County, which is Colorado Springs, and he's the one who identified Suzanne Morphew.
So from my perspective, when I first heard of Suzanne's story, I'm like, this doesn't strike me as an area where you would have one of these crimes of opportunity, where someone is going for a bike ride or going jogging. It's so remote, and then someone would grab them, murder them, and get rid of their body. But now you're telling me there's another woman, less than an hour away, who was out for a walk and disappeared. Is there any, I don't know, fear out there right now that there could be some sort of...
Oh shit, I don't think I went back far enough where she said that. Hang on. Sorry about that. Sorry.
who was maybe a serial killer who got involved in this, and it wasn't Barry at all. So I think finding these remains, these bones which were found and scattered across this field, only brings up more questions.
Oh, a ton of questions. Now, what struck me was they were investigating another case. Is this other case, do we know what it is? Is it a murder case? And did they find anything related to that case in this area?
They didn't. The other case is a woman named Edna Quintana who went missing last May 3rd, so of 2023. She was walking around in this town called Saguache, last seen walking, and just disappeared. Her body hasn't been found, but that's who Colorado Bureau of Investigation detectives were looking for when they came across Suzanne Morphew's bones. They were like, oh my gosh, this isn't Edna Quintana. It's too old because she went missing in May. Who could this be? And so they had, meetings, and they called the DA of that area, which is a different.
Yeah, no, TLC, that's what I was saying at the beginning of this. I didn't know she was having an affair with someone else, like an active affair with another man. She was going through chemo for cancer. She had just recently started it, from what I understand. So I don't know how someone just got treatment a couple days before is out riding their bike. I mean, it's possible she just started, but still, I mean, that's like kind of crazy, especially by yourself. That seems on Mother's Day. There's just so many weird things with this that I didn't realize either. But yeah, and then there's you miss it. They found a spy pen and they found like a little snippet of video that was on there. It was Barry Morphew in his car, and he was watching Forensic Files, like episodes of Forensic Files. I mean, wow, it's like there's so many crazy things in this case, twists and turns that it's going to be very interesting.
Different DA who's been prosecuting this case all along. They, got a hold of the coroner, and they sent these remains up to a coroner in El Paso County, which is Colorado Springs, and he's the one who identified Suzanne Morphew.
So from my perspective, when I first heard of Suzanne's story, I'm like, this doesn't strike me as an area where you would have one of these crimes of opportunity, where someone is going for a bike ride or going jogging. It's so remote, and then someone would grab them, murder them, and get rid of their body. But now you're telling me there's another woman, less than an hour away, who was out for a walk and disappeared. Is there any, I don't know.
Damn, sorry, I didn't go back far enough either again. But trust me, TLC, it's on this video if you want to. I'll get the link to the video. In the chat, you can go if you want to go back and read it. But they did say that, which was, I'm assuming this lady knows. She lives in Colorado, part of the FBI or something.
Fear out there right now that there could be some sort of mountain serial killer in Colorado?
I haven't heard that there's any fear, but I don't live down there. It's about 4 hours away from Denver to the south. I don't live there, so I don't know if there's fear, but Barry Morphew's attorney is suggesting that this could be the same person, especially since this woman went missing on May 3rd, which is about the same time that Suzanne Morphew disappeared. That was May 9th, 10th. So she's wondering if there's a link. I mean, she's trying to connect whatever she can to make sure the attention goes away from Barry Morphew.
Wow. Okay, let's talk about some of the evidence, though, because he was, like we all said, he was arrested for murder. He was charged. We were waiting for the trial to begin. How about that tranquilizer dart gun that we read about? What do we know about that tranquilizer dart gun?
What was the process of actually putting this all together?
Many, many hours of finding the right camera angles and watching it.
Well, we know that this was a theory of the prosecution that perhaps he shot her with a dart gun in order to get her, incapacitated so that he could then kill her later. That was the prosecution's theory. There was a piece of that dart, that little piece you see right there, part of a syringe that was found in the dryer at the Morphew home by investigators. Now, this is just a theory. The dart gun really didn't work very well. I don't know how viable it is, but it is something that if she...
Dude, that thing look ancient, man. Holy crap. What the hell? I mean, that thing looks ancient. I mean, it's all rusted. The barrel. I mean, it has a nice sight. That's kind of weird. Yeah. Man.
Well, I don't know how viable it is, but it is something that if she had been hit by that dart gun, she would have gone to sleep.
All right, Trey, man. Have a good one. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
The prosecution and the investigation with the sheriff's office interviewed a woman up in Fort Collins at Colorado State University who studies veterinary medicine. And this dart gun and the medicine you put in the gun is used to tranquilize animals. And she said that if a female or someone the size of Suzanne Morphew was shot with this thing, she would have gone to sleep and wouldn't have been able to move. That's just a theory.
Right.
I don't know if it's true.
How about the bags of...
Yeah, but how quick? I mean, is she saying like instantaneously? I mean, or yeah, there was something where I thought the prosecution said, I don't quote me on this, but he shot her and then chased her through the house. That was their little guess of what happened with the whole. I remember now with the trank gun.
Trash. So I've covered cases where, there's a husband accused of murdering his wife, dismembering her, putting her in different bags of trash, throwing it out all around town. What do we know about the bags of trash that he's throwing away the morning that he drives away from his house and goes on this business trip?
Well, it is curious that he drove away from his home to go to Broomfield at 5 o'clock in the morning on Mother's Day. He had a job up there to do, and the job wasn't really supposed to be done until Monday. So in other words, the next day, the 11th. For some reason, he went to Broomfield early in the morning, got there about 8 in the morning, and he was out throwing trash in different places. There was a McDonald's where he really stuffed something small and, really pushed it down. There's video of it. He went to a Men's Warehouse and stuffed trash there. He stuffed trash at the hotel where he was staying. And he actually went out to the landscaping scene where he was putting in a retaining wall. He got back to the hotel about noon. He's seen on surveillance here as you are looking. You're seeing him with the trash. He changed clothes. And then he went into that room for 5 hours. He didn't come out until about 5:55. And one would not tell investigators what he was doing for 5 hours in that hotel room. So that is a mystery because there were no cameras inside the room. There are just the cameras that show him walking around in the hall, coming back and forth and removing tools and placing tools. He got the call about his wife's disappearance at about 5:15 from one of his neighbors. So he was still in the hotel room. And then about 40 minutes later is when he decided to drive back down to his home, 3-hour drive. And that's when he showed up and investigators were there worried about where his wife was.
Wow. Now, she had a boyfriend, right? And she was snapping this selfie. What was the status of their marriage? And did he have a girlfriend?
Did Barry have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
No, not that we know of. In fact, she bought that spy pin to catch him in the act. And instead it caught her in the act.
Right.
You know, she didn't tell anybody about this boyfriend, not even her best friend, who she confided everything to about her marriage. You know, she was talking about a spiraling marriage. She was talking about leaving him. She confided in this girlfriend everything, but she didn't tell him about her boyfriend, who she had a fling with for about 2 years. That was going on for 2 years. They saw each other 6 times in those 2 years. And there were lots of texts, hundreds of texts between the two of them. But no, Barry Morphew, from all indications, did not have a relationship with another woman.
And it was Mother's Day. They have 2 lovely daughters. Where were their children on that day?
That's a good question. They were on a trip. They were on like a camping trip or something. And they had texted her on Mother's Day to say Happy Mother's Day and didn't get a response. And that's when they started getting nervous. I think they're the ones, it's kind of unclear to me now trying to remember, but I think they're the ones who called the neighbors and said, would you go look at the garage and see if our mom's there, see what you see, is her car there? And it, you know, there was no sign of Suzanne Morphew. And that's when the neighbor decided I'd better call Barry and find out if Barry knows anything. So, yeah, the sisters, the 2 girls, one was living at home still because she was a senior in high school, junior or senior. The other one was in college. So the younger one had told Suzanne to get a restraining order or get a divorce. She was telling her mother, this isn't working, Mom. She saw the fights. The oldest sister did not see all that because she was at college.
Wow, and that's weird because in an interview they just did, I just saw with him and the 2 girls, I think it was after he was released or the charges were dropped. They did an interview, and yeah, they didn't say any of that stuff. They said they both said on that interview that they never saw them fight. That there was they never saw them argue or fight. Both girls said that, so it's kind of interesting that she says the one girl saying that. Wonder where she's getting that information from.
So that's been a real curiosity to see both girls sit always on the side of their dad, in the courtroom. You know, they would do heart hands and they would cry, and they are generally sad about losing both their mom and then losing their dad when he went to jail.
Yeah, family tragedy. Children, from what I've seen in most of the cases I've covered, an overwhelming majority, the children, whether they're young or adults, will always stay with the surviving spouse, even if they're charged with murder, regardless of the evidence. Carol McKinley, amazing. Denver Gazette, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it.
So good to see you. Thanks a lot for asking.
All right, folks. When we come back.
Oh, she's a reporter. All right, that makes sense. So she's probably has about 75% of the information, right? If that.
We'll bring in the think tank plus up next. So where exactly was Suzanne Morphew found, and how far is it from her home and from where her husband says he was the day she disappeared?
This is what we want to know.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees?
And just a confirmation, you left this morning at 5. Okay. And she told you she was going to go bike riding? She bikes every day, yeah. Okay. She's going to bike when she gets up. So she was asleep in the bed when you left. Did you say bye to her or anything? No, she's not asleep. Okay. Always leave her. So the last time you probably actually saw her was this morning. That was it, right? Yeah, I've been here. I got a big job up there. I've been here all day.
So there's Barry Morphew speaking to officers about his wife. He says, listen, I left, she was asleep. And then I went and I was working all day in Broomfield, Colorado. So let's take a look, because as he's told the investigators where he was that day that she went missing. So let's kind of put this all in perspective and put a map up on the screen. And we begin with Suzanne and Barry's Colorado home. It's in the Maysville area of Salida.
Okay. Yeah. No, she probably has a legit press pass. Oh shit.
Colorado. Suzanne's bike was found nearby the day that she went missing, May 10th, 2020. Now, her remains are found in Moffett, Colorado, more than 3 years after she disappeared. It's about a 51-minute drive from the Morphew's home to where her remains are found. You drive 51 minutes south. Now, Barry says he's up in Broomfield, Colorado. He says he went there on business that morning, May 10th, 2020, about a 3-hour drive from Morphew's home. And it's about a 3.5-hour drive from Moffett, where the remains were discovered. So, you know, you do the math on all of that and you try to figure out what happened. But if he's going down to Moffett, Colorado, as we heard in the prior segment, they have no evidence of him necessarily being down there. Did he?
Yeah, and also I want to say a former worker or workers of his came forward and said that he tried to solicit them to help take out his wife. I mean, I could have sworn that was part of it, or there was a woman that said she was having an affair with him at one time. But there was like no evidence of it. I don't know. It's fucking dude, this whole story is so weird, man. Wasn't his phone put in airplane mode that day? I don't know, Kay. That's a good question. Maybe they'll say that when they talk about what information they have of where he was at, because obviously they could track him in some ways. I thought they said they tracked him by the phone and by his car GPS, and he was nowhere near that area.
Did he have help
for that day?
Is he not responsible? Is there a serial killer? What is going on? Will Barry be charged now? Will he be charged again now that they have the remains? Does that make the prosecution's case better or worse against him? Let's bring in our think tank tonight. Joining us, criminal defense attorney in Atlanta, Georgia, Eklund Mercy. Phoenix, Arizona, the attorney who represented Jodi Arias, hates her, Kirk Nurmi, and Deputy Public Defender for LA County. That's still Eklund. There, Philip Dubé. All right, great to see everyone tonight. Eklund Mercy, these developments, now that Suzanne Morphew's remains have been recovered and where they were recovered, putting all these pieces together.
Yeah, the bike was like a mile, less than a mile or a mile away from the house. And then her helmet was found like a mile further than that or something. Or the bike was close and the helmet was found a mile away from the bike or something bizarre like that. They went over that in the beginning of this video. This is a great video. A lot of information. I don't know how true and accurate it all is, but I remember hearing most of this at one point, but there was a lot of stuff I had never heard before.
Does this make the prosecutor's case stronger or weaker right now? And do you expect Barry Morphew to be charged again?
Just based on what I heard, I think they need more. It's so separate. It's so far away. There's 3 years. There was another case. It was found for another case. There's a potential serial killer. Although he may look like the prime suspect, there is no statute of limitations for murder. And I think that the prosecution, if this is all they have, they need more. They're going to have a problem. So I think that there's a lot of answers. There's a lot of questions that need answers, and they don't have it as of right now.
Yeah, so very true, because they were also saying that I'm not muted. I know. All right. Yeah. They were also saying that the body wasn't even like they were missing the body, but it wasn't even found where they were thinking it was in the mines and everything that they were searching. So like their whole theory doesn't work out with her body being found where it was found. So they like whatever evidence and other stuff they had, they're gonna have to rethink all that stuff, and it's gonna have to be something different than what they were actually thinking the first time when they brought the murder charges and dropped them. Yeah.
So, Kirk Nurmi, generally speaking, right? Generally speaking, in cases where there's an obvious suspect and someone that investigators are looking at or prosecutors are looking at, and the body has not been found, once the body's found, it's usually pretty quick. All right, we recovered the body. Now we make the arrest. How about in this case? What do you expect? What does this this discovery of this significant evidence and the location, et cetera, what does it do for the investigation, the case, as it pertains to Barry Morphew, who obviously was a suspect? He was charged with her murder.
Well, I think it makes the case a lot more difficult to prove unless there's something at that crime scene that indicates that he was involved. You know, we're talking about 3 years of exposure. I don't think there's probably going to be any DNA. It's possible retention in clothing. I really doubt it. So the question, and we think about this, Vinny, when they made this arrest in May of 21, they charged him. Think about the probable cause statement that led to the arrest, the indictment, all the pleadings, everything else was probably based on a different theory, right? And now that theory is blown out of.
Oh man, did I call that or did I call that? I should have been on here. I should be part of the think tank, Vinny. Call me, email me, get me up there.
The water because the body's somewhere else, he's demonstrably not. And you do, as Eklund said, have the potential of somebody who's going around killing women randomly, and that could very well be a possibility. So, you know, all those things, I could see the defense really playing into that, saying confirmation bias. They just made the assumption that he is the most likely person to do it. Granted, there's some suspicious behavior, but he's the most likely person to have done it, so we're going to arrest him. Now, that's just blown out of the water with facts, and facts are stubborn things, Vinny, and the state is going to have a tough time making this case with these facts that come out now.
All right, Philip Dubé, we've got the new developments, where she is found, where it is in relation to their home and to where he was, and he was on video that day. Her last communication to anyone is a bikini selfie to her lover the day before. Her bicycle is found nearby. Then the helmet is found less than a mile away. Put those pieces together for me. What does it mean?
Well, first of all, I think you've left out some key pieces. Now, first of all, she's not June Cleaver. You know, she's not the Carol Brady, Mother Teresa, Mother of the Year kind of gal. Remember, her 2 kids are away at sleepaway camp. They're expecting the kids back later in the day for Mother's Day. So Dad takes the morning off to go to a job site. So it explains why they're not together during the day on Mother's Day. So what does she do? She goes off on her own frolic. Well, what we need to know from the coroner.
Wait, what do you mean she goes?
Oh shit, dude! This dude's like hates women or something. He's like, or he's just taking the opposite direction everybody else is taking. Holy shit, Vinny's about to lay into him though.
Goes off on her own frolic. What does that mean, Philip? She goes off on her frolic.
Because, in other words, she got on her bike, took a ride somewhere. And in other words, not necessarily in disregard of Mother's Day, but she went off, did her own thing because the kids weren't home, the husband wasn't home, and they were going to celebrate Mother's Day later in the day after her teenage daughters come home. But what's key here is the reason why the case was dismissed is because the prosecution withheld Brady evidence, exculpatory evidence. They found DNA on the glove box that matched an unknown male donor whose DNA was also came up in 3 unsolved rapes. So no matter what happens here, if you don't have anything forensically tying the
Wait. What? So that's why the charges were dropped? What the fuck? And I mean, what glove box of her car? I mean, I don't. Where's wife of the year? She was not. I mean, this dude like just put his foot on the throat and started turning it, putting all his weight on that thing, dude. I mean, what the hell? I mean, whoa. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Let's listen to this shit again. This dude came out of nowhere, man. He came in like a fucking wrecking ball.
that matched an unknown male donor whose DNA was also came up in 3 unsolved rapes. So no matter what happens here, if you don't have anything forensically tying the husband to her remains, what you do have is DNA basically from a serial rapist in her SUV on the glove box. I don't think the case changes. If anything, by finding the body, it could actually make it worse for the prosecution.
Against Barry Morphew. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So what do you think happened here?
I mean, he kind of agreed with everybody else in the whole situation. He just was kind of rude about it. Little, I don't know, made her seem kind of shitty.
Eklund, what do you think could have happened here? Do you think the bicycle is more likely she went for a ride, or more likely that it was staged by whoever the killer was? You know, you've got, as Philip rightfully pointed out, you've got this male donor DNA in her glove box, but she's out on her bike. Like, how do those two things?
You know, that's one thing I was thinking of, though, because basically he's saying the last time he saw her, he left in the morning, she was asleep in bed. And they didn't find the body right away. So, like, he could have went and did something the night before. I mean, how much? Oh, no, they said that she texted. No, she said she texted the bikini picture to her boyfriend the day before. So it'd be interesting to see if she actually had like a face-to-face with anyone that morning at all. I mean, whether it be like FaceTime on a phone or someone just seeing her riding her bike or whatever. Because damn, he could have done it the night before, and of course he wouldn't be there that whole next day. Had a great alibi. Actually went the opposite direction of where the body was found. So yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting, to say the least.
Make sense together either.
Well, her being on her bike on Mother's Day is not out of the ordinary. If you talk to most mothers on Mother's Day, they want to be far away from their spouses and their children. That is the gift. That's the gift.
That's
Space.
some space is the gift. Gotcha.
So with that being said, so with her driving, with her taking her bike, that's not out of the ordinary. She wants to have space. But the problem is we have a lover, we have DNA from rapists, we have other murderers, other missing people, and we have bodies. This is convoluted as hell. And it just seems pretty lazy, on investigators, and to just leave it at that. Just putting all of that work on the jury instead of the prosecution. The prosecution should have a theory. I don't see a theory. I see, trash cans, and he goes to trash cans. That doesn't hold up a case. With all their resources, with all their burden, they need more.
We will continue to follow it. We'll be talking about this.
Yeah, so there we go, man. That's craziness. All right, here. For for just Samantha and a few others. I'll play the beginning again because it was like pretty crazy. He did a little timeline, said some information I didn't even remember, probably never even heard before about this case. But yeah, we'll listen to it.
I'm Vinny Politan. Great to have you with us here on Closing Arguments. Like I've been saying, it's a big week here at Court TV. A lot of movement in cases that we've been following and tracking for years. And one of them is the disappearance of Suzanne Morphew. This is a woman married, 2 children, a husband, living in this beautiful home in Colorado, goes missing on Mother's Day. Well, this week, her remains have been recovered, and we have a lot that we want to get to in this story. But first, let's walk you through the timeline to give you a little more perspective on what happened and transpired during the course of this case.
Yeah, excuse me. It's not a great timeline. It just jumps around. It's just the biggest milestones, I guess you would say, in the case.
So May 9th, 2020, Suzanne Morphew's last known communication is a selfie sent to her lover in Michigan. He replied, but she did not respond to his reply messages. May 10th, the next day, Barry, Suzanne's husband, says Suzanne was still sleeping when he left for business. Now, this May 10th, this is Mother's Day, in Broomfield, Colorado. He's seen on surveillance at a Broomfield Holiday Inn with 2 white trash bags that morning. It's a little odd, but he is away. Barry's seen on surveillance video placing the items into trash cans all around Broomfield, Colorado. That's kind of weird. I'm sorry, that's just weird. You take trash and you're throwing, I mean, there might be a reason for it, I guess, but still a little suspicious. Later that day, Suzanne is reported missing. Suzanne's bicycle is found near their home down a steep ravine off Chaffee County Road 225 from Highway 50. And that was a big part of the initial investigation. Maybe she went for a bike ride, maybe there was an accident, mountain lions, abduction, something. Like what is it? How did the bike get there? May 11th, the next day, the search efforts begin. Hundreds of people work to find Suzanne. A reward for information on her disappearance begins to grow. May 13th, Suzanne's bike helmet is found less than a mile from where her bicycle was located. That's also an interesting fact, right? What does that mean? What picture does that paint? May 17th, so this is 1 week later, Barry Morphew posts a video online pleading for Suzanne's safe return. In the video, he seems to take the approach that he believes she has been abducted.
Yeah, do you guys remember that video he did? I'll try to look for it while we're watching this. Man, that was so bizarre. Like, he just looked like it was Chris Watts did a better job when he did his interview than this guy did in that interview. That's so weird.
And says, return her, no questions asked. Okay, May 20th. This is where things get even more interesting. Investigators locate a spy pen during the search of the Morphew's residence. In one of the files, Suzanne apparently places the pen inside Barry's car, where it records him listening to multiple episodes of Forensic Files. Now, obviously, watching Forensic Files is not suspicious, right? Because, I mean, we've had Forensic Files on Court TV. It's where the whole thing started, right? But still kind of interesting when you think about how things transpire here. May 5th, 2021, okay? This is a year later. Barry is arrested, charged with first-degree murder and other crimes. April 19th, 2022, flash forward almost another year. Everyone's getting ready for the trial, including Court TV. Days before the trial is set to begin, prosecutors drop charge.
Yeah, no, that definitely. I didn't really look into that or think about that before. When was the last time she was actually physically seen? Because her kids were out of town at the time, and he was the only one. And yeah, I mean, you would think she sent this selfie in a bikini to her boyfriend. I mean, he might have saw that. He might have, if she did it from the house area and he got to her phone and saw it or something. I mean, that would definitely be a trigger for someone like that, to possibly lose it. But yeah, here I will finish listening to this because I want to hear that part about what the lady says.
Charges against Barry Morphew without prejudice, meaning they can refile them. And in this picture, you see Barry, that's him with his two daughters who absolutely believe that their father is 1000% innocent in all of this. September 22nd, Suzanne.
Well, it was a big job according to him, K-Mash. So like, I could see that. And the kids are out of town, like they said, a lot of mothers do like that. They like to just kind of not have to worry about anything that day. They might do something by themselves or with another mother, um, rather than with their family. Maybe they'll, with mine. I mean, if I was in town with my mother, we'd probably go have dinner, but it wouldn't be like a whole day hanging out kind of deal. So you would just go about your normal business, um, and go from there. Especially if your kids or no one was actually in town, at that time. But yeah, I could see, and he owned his own business, landscaping business. So yeah, I don't see a big deal of him doing. I mean, it's a little strange for Mother's Day, but as a Sunday, I don't see a big deal in someone, go and take care of some work, getting something done. And some people think that Mother's Day is a great day to do it if you're a guy, to let the mother just have a little bit of time to themselves. I mean, I'm not a mother or a father, so but I was a kid, and I would say like my father would take us away, like do something with us, so my mom would have some time to herself on Mother's Day. I can see that happen. I'm pretty sure that happened before, so it's common.
And Morphew's remains are found in Moffett, Colorado during an apparent unrelated search. An unrelated search. That's a little peculiar, a little different.
Yeah, no, his business was like, I mean, he did like big boulders, big rocks. I mean, he did like big extravagant designs and stuff. It wasn't just like rolling up and mowing the front and backyard and trimming the hedge. It was like it was $1 million business, by all accounts, right? I believe their house was like $1 million house, and shit.
Investigating another case, and you find this case, which has been investigated for years. September 27th, the remains of Suzanne Morphew were positively identified. So that gives you some idea of how everything has transpired since Suzanne Morphew was last heard from and was reported missing. So you got to go back. You got to go back to 2020.
Yeah, no, for sure. Landscaping can be a seven day a week job. You never know, especially with that job where I live in Florida. I mean, it fucking rains like 2 days all day. You ain't mowing the grass. And if you're trying to mow the grass and it's raining that hard, you're just going to totally screw up the whole yard. So like people don't do it. And what happens is you got to make up those 2 days you miss. So either you do it on the weekend, you maybe do an extra lawn or two at the end of the day on the other days. You got to make up, get back into the thing. You can't just not do it. So yeah, it definitely is a 7 day a week job, and there's a lot of variables with it too. A lot of things that, especially, it all depends. Like new construction, you got to worry about other people there too. So like a lot of stuff's scheduled. So like the electricians all come in that week, and then the next week it'll be all the plumbers, and then so they don't like step on each other's toes and stuff. same with landscaping and stuff like that too. If it was a big job like that, there's certain times that you can go and that you have the opportunity to go do what you need to do without being in someone else's way or someone else being in your way. Yeah, exactly. You gotta. I mean, even though you missed out on whatever because of rain or something, you got to get it done. So you got to do it on off time, different times that you may not normally do it.
Let's bring in a special guest joining me from Denver, Colorado tonight. Reporter for the Denver Gazette, Carol McKinley is with us. Carol, thank you so much for joining us tonight, doing great reporting on this. Let me start with where.
Oh, what? That just happened with Upchurch? Oh, what the heck? Upchurch got called out for his lawsuit on the news and apparently had a fit. I'm going back to the bushes. Thank you, Laura Lee. I appreciate the info. Yeah, Ryan Upchurch. Shit. Don't get me started. All right, here we go.
Suzanne's remains were found. And I know there were reports, and I believe you were the one that was reporting all of this, that there was a potential lead and there was thought that there was a spot where her body was that was difficult to access, maybe, and police it was going to take some time to get there. Is this the area? Is this the same area we believe where they thought she may have been and where they ended up finding her?
Great question, Vinny. No, in fact, the investigation never even considered this area. This is a place that surprised everyone who was involved in the original investigation. They were looking up in the mountains behind the Morphew's home, where there are a bunch of old mines. You know, Colorado was an old gold mining area. There were silver mines, and those go way deep down. And so I know that some of the investigation was centering around these mines, and nothing was ever found in them. Some of the reasoning was when they dropped this case, we know where she is, but she's underneath a bunch of snow, and we're going to have to wait till the thaw. Well, the thaw came. They didn't find anything. Fast forward to this year, another thaw, and it didn't matter anyway because that's not where she was. She was in this place about 45 minutes from where the Morphews lived, their mountain home, which was remote. This is also remote, but it's a field. And it's kind of a pasture where there's sagebrush and dry grass. And I'm told it was near a road, but it was just enough off the road to where you couldn't really see if someone was digging. You couldn't really see what was going on or understand.
That's interesting, but remote, right? Yeah. Nonetheless, you're not in the middle of a town somewhere.
Why'd you say someone was digging? Like, supposedly the bones were scattered around a little bit of the area right there. So what was she buried? It's going to be interesting to find out exactly. And I think that like what's going to happen, like, I mean, she's just too far away from the house to be an animal or something like that. It has to be like foul play at this point. I mean, I guess that's the only good thing about this is that we know that it wasn't an animal attack or something like that. It was, someone either clipped her with their car and thought, oh my God, I'm going to get screwed over, or someone clipped her with a car and it was a serial killer or a rapist or whatever. I mean, oh man, it's crazy.
This is an area where maybe you could pull off the side of the road and maybe no one comes by.
Yeah, and this is directly south, about 45 minutes from the Morphew home. Now, what I'm told is the way to get back to Broomfield, if Barry Morphew were to drive 45 minutes south, bury the body, add another 45 minutes on, let's say you add 3 hours to that trip to Broomfield, he couldn't do it. I mean, he was not in Saguache on May 10th. His GPS didn't go there and his cell phone didn't go there. So it kind of makes everybody take another look and say, well, Barry was arrested for this. He was charged for it. Did he go to jail for no reason? Is he the wrong guy? Are there two people? Did someone help him? Was there an individual who was maybe a serial killer who got involved in this, and it wasn't Barry at all? So I think finding these remains, these bones, which were found and scattered across this field, only brings up more questions.
Oh, a ton of questions. Now, what struck me was they were investigating another case. Is this other case, do we know what it is? Is it a murder case? And did they find anything related to that case in this area?
They didn't. The other case is a woman named Edna Quintana who went missing last May 3rd, so of 2023. She was walking around in this town called Saguache, last seen walking, and just disappeared. Her body hasn't been found, but that's who Colorado Bureau of Investigation detectives were looking for when they came across Suzanne Morphew's bones. They were like, oh my gosh, this isn't Edna Quintana. It's too old because she went missing in May. Who could this be? And so they had, meetings, and they called the DA of that area, which is a different DA who's been prosecuting this case all along. They, got a hold of the coroner, and they sent these remains up to a coroner in El Paso County, which is Colorado Springs.
That's a good question. I'm not sure if he had other work trucks, other cars. I mean, he could have left his phone and, I guess they're saying he didn't have enough time to go the next day and be where he went. But like the night before, he could have done that. And they would, how they would even know that? That's crazy.
And he's the one who identified Suzanne Morphew.
So from my perspective, when I first heard of Suzanne's story, I'm like, this doesn't strike me as an area where you would have one of these crimes of opportunity, where someone is going for a bike ride or going jogging. It's so remote, and then someone would grab.
Yeah, man, I feel like this is just like, it's adding more confusion and crap to this case. It's going to just totally dilute anything going on because, you could add 6 different scenarios to all this different stuff, like 45 minutes away from the house. In a shallow grave, another woman's missing in the area around the same month time as, not the same year, obviously, but around the same general time of the year that she went missing. She's known to have affairs, so she might be a little flirty. Not that that's a problem or anything, but I'm just saying, get out there. You might give out your number or give a little more information. You should, in some cases, a little more outgoing, maybe.
Them murder them and get rid of their body. But now you're telling me there's another woman, less than an hour away, who was out for a walk and disappeared. Is there any?
Yeah, no, it makes sense that she didn't go on the bike ride, and the bike was found close by. So he just pushed the bike down the ravine, went a little bit further down the road, chucked the helmet out on the road, and went on his day because he had already done everything the night before, and she wasn't even around, and there's no one there to verify anything. Yeah, man, sounds good to me. We solved it. We know what happened.
I don't know, fear out there right now that there could be some sort of mountain serial killer in Colorado?
I haven't heard that there's any fear, but I don't live down there. It's about 4 hours away from Denver to the south. I don't live there, so I don't know if there's fear, but.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think text message should count as contact. We need visual contact or a phone call where she was talking to someone other than Barry. Yeah, no, I agree, Kay, for sure. Yeah, we solved it, man. That's what I said. We could have thrown me, Kay, Just Samantha, and TLC up on that panel, man. We would have figured this thing out just like those other four people were talking. Yeah, and yeah, it would be the first time that I mean, like I said, they weren't they were more in an isolated area. A lot of people look for that. I would assume serial killers and murderers and rapists, they don't, the less people around, the better off for them. So, like, people that are, further out in the country, and you see it, if it's a smaller town, you're seeing the same people, all the time when they come into town and stuff. It's very plausible that someone else did it. For sure. Does this make sense? She texted the lover the night before and then never responded back. Barry texted her at 2:25 and she never texted him back either. You would think, oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what time? Oh, didn't he say that she texted like, yeah, it was like in the afternoon. So that's a long time. I It would be interesting to see if the cops they did follow up on what he did the night before, even the day or two before that day, um, just to make sure. Because yeah, text is nothing, so it could have been well before that. He had done something and just grabbed a. She had a picture of a thing, and he found knew she was cheating on him with that dude, and sent the text himself. You would think the girls would have made verbal for Mother's Day for sure. Yeah, TLC. That's what I was thinking too. At least they would have, they probably would have called or something. But if she was gone since the night before, or that morning, um, and they never talked to her. Man, her phone texted maybe it wasn't her that sent the text. Could be the killer trying to confuse the timeline. Yeah, no, I agree. It just adds. It gives him. I mean, hell, if they can't have anyone for the date, say they can't confirm anyone talked to her or seen her. They, besides that text on that day. So what was the next time before that? Or after? Prior to that one. I mean, it could have been the day before that even. So he could have had 2 days to even do this before he even like planned it for that day. And yeah, if you're just texting, if she texted all the time, a lot of people, especially nowadays, that's one bad thing. So many people text that you lose context of everything when you're texting too. But um, you don't know who's typing. You can't be 100% sure it's that person. Oh, what's up, Grain? How's it going? Yeah, sorry. I was gonna do it at 2, and then I ended up getting sidetracked, and then I watched a little bit of Forgotten Whispers. I was like, "Oh man, I gotta change this." So I changed it to 4:20, and here we are. But yeah. So we'll watch a little bit more of this.
Barry Morphew's attorney is suggesting that this could be the same person, especially since this woman went missing on May 3rd, which is about the same time that Suzanne Morphew disappeared. That was May 9th, 10th. So she's wondering if there's a link. I mean, she's trying to connect whatever she can to make sure the attention goes.
Yeah, I didn't notice that the first time we saw this, but she goes, she went missing 9th, 10th. Like she's even saying, we really didn't hear from her the day before, except for that one text of her in a bikini to her boyfriend, in Michigan. So, and no response back when he responded to that picture. So, I mean, and she's throwing it out there, 9th, 10th. So definitely, I'm sure the cops were thinking about that too. But hell, we might be talking about the 8th, 9th, and 10th. And the 10th was just, hey, I'm gonna go the opposite direction, get out of get out of Dodge, and they won't be able to pin it on me if they do find her.
Goes away from Barry Morphew.
Wow. Okay, let's talk about some of the evidence, though, because he was, like we all said, he was arrested for murder. He was charged. We were waiting for the trial to begin. How about that tranquilizer dart gun that we read about? What do we know about that tranquilizer dart gun?
Well, we know that this was a theory of the prosecution.
Yeah, no, okay, dude. Yeah, we talked about this before. This gun looks so ancient and old; it's rusted. I mean, I'm surprised it even worked, but it has this really nice camo scope on it. I mean, I don't know too much about scopes and stuff, but it looks like it's definitely nice. Way too nice to be putting on this little taser gun. And I remember that. I remember when they were talking about this before, about the case or the prosecution. They were like, "Yeah, he tranked her with the gun and he chased her, and it took so many seconds for it to kick in, and he was chasing her down out of the house. She was trying to get away from him and blah blah blah." But yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, look at this gun. It's so old looking.
That perhaps he shot her with a dart gun in order to get her, incapacitated so that he could then kill her later. That was the prosecution's theory. There was a piece of that dart, that little piece you see right there, part of a syringe that was found in the dryer at the Morphew home by investigators. Now, this is just a theory. The dart gun really didn't work very well. I don't know how viable it is.
Yeah, did you see that thing? I mean, it is like so ancient. Oops. What the hell? Sorry, I will get it. There we go. Yeah, man, look at that scope. That scope is nice, man, and it's on this like really piece of shit freaking dart gun. Like, I don't know. He would have been better off just going, "Hey, gunner, stop." Sorry. He would have been better off going and getting a blow dart gun. I mean, it probably would have worked better than this. But she talks about it, and yeah. Shit. Oh my god.
How viable it is, but it is something that if she had been hit by that dart gun, she would have gone to sleep. The prosecution and the investigation with the sheriff's office interviewed a woman up in Fort Collins at Colorado State University who studies veterinary medicine. And this dart gun and the medicine you put in the gun is used to tranquilize animals. And she said that if a female or someone the size of Suzanne Morphew was shot with this thing, she would have gone to sleep and wouldn't have been able to move.
How about
That's just a theory.
Right.
I don't know if it's true.
How about the bags of trash? So I've covered cases where, there's a husband accused of murdering his wife, dismembering her, putting her in different bags of trash, throwing it out all around town. What do we know about the bags of trash that he's throwing?
Oh wow. So he had a deer breeding farm, huh? That's interesting. Yeah, no, they do. I know they do cut the antlers off so they don't fight each other and hurt each other. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, but don't they shed their horns anyways? Definitely interesting.
Away the morning that he drives away from his house and goes on this business trip.
Well, it is curious that he drove away from his home to go to Broomfield at 5 o'clock in the morning on Mother's Day. He had a job up there to do, and the job wasn't really supposed to be done until Monday. So in other words, the next day, the 11th. For some reason, he went to Broomfield early in the morning, got there about 8 in the morning, and he was out throwing trash in different places. There was a McDonald's where he really stuffed something small and, really pushed it down. There's video of it. He went to a Men's Warehouse and stuffed trash there. He stuffed trash at the hotel where he was staying. And he actually went out to the landscaping scene where he was putting in a retaining wall. He got back to the hotel about noon. He's seen on surveillance here as you are looking. You're seeing him with the trash. He changed clothes. And then he went into that room for 5 hours. He didn't come out until about 5:55. And one would not tell investigators what he was doing for 5 hours in that hotel room. So that is a mystery because there were no cameras inside the room. There are just the cameras.
Yeah, so what do you all think he was doing? Oh shit, I forgot I have the poll going still. Alright, I'll end the poll. Yeah, I mean, what do you think he was doing inside the hotel room? Do you think he was just he was sleeping? I mean, he was probably up all night. I mean, he just probably took out his wife, went and buried her in a field 45 minutes away from his house. He's probably up all night just freaking, wondering what he's going to do, probably trying to plan everything out. Because more than likely, I mean, maybe he did plan it out. I mean, that's why he got away with it so far. Yeah, so the poll, what do we got? We got 46% saying yes, 43 votes altogether. 46% say yes, 37% said maybe, and 16% says no. Wow. Yeah, I'm more leaning towards no. I mean, honestly, it's there's just so much mud in the water now at this point. Holy crap, man. Like they're gonna really gonna need some evidence. Yeah, it's been over 3 years since this happened. Uh, man, yeah. He was practicing the story. Oh, you think he was just in there, like just going through it? So, what do you? That I mean, that's very plausible for sure. Do you think that maybe he? Yeah, I don't know that TLC. I was gonna look that up actually. Oh, actually, I have the here. I have the other video of him when he's like pleading for her safe return. Yeah, this is like, yeah, this is weird, man. Where are we at? Okay, here we go.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. So, honey, I love you. I want you back so bad.
Do you think?
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you.
Yeah, so that was the plea for to come back. Dude, that's so weird. Like he's half talking to her, but really talking to a possible kidnapper. Uh, that video creeped me out. I don't know why. Now that I watch it now, it's not as bad as I remember it being. I thought it was worse than it actually was. Oh, he got caught in multiple lies of what's this now? He got caught in multiple lies of what he was doing the previous night. So why lie if you're innocent? Oh, really? Did he come out and say? Here's another interview that he did. This is yeah, here you go. Here's the charges.
Missing Colorado mom Suzanne Morphew. They are speaking out with their father, Barry, for the first time since murder charges against him were dropped last month. Amy is here with the exclusive interview. Good morning, Amy.
Hey, good morning, Michael. For more than a year, a Colorado man was accused by state prosecutors of killing his wife, who disappeared on Mother's Day back in 2020, but just days.
This is when they dropped the charges.
Before he was scheduled to go on trial, Barry Morphew had the charges against him dismissed, and now he and his daughters are speaking out. And in the coming weeks, their attorney says they will request an investigation into how they say the district attorney mishandled this case.
We've been silent for a long time, and we've decided that we finally want to break the silence.
This morning, just days before the second anniversary of her disappearance, the family of Suzanne Morphew is speaking out for the first time since the murder charges against her husband were dropped.
It's been an emotional roller coaster, but we feel like we can finally take our first steps in healing, which is a blessing. And yeah, we just know our dad better than anyone else. And we know he was not involved in our mom's disappearance.
Mallory and Macy Morphew, standing by their father, who investigators believed was responsible for their mother's disappearance 2 years ago. The three, seen walking out of court arm in arm just moments after the charges against him were dropped.
We want to heal. We feel like we haven't been able to heal these past 2 years.
The family says Suzanne left her Colorado home for a bike ride, but never returned.
I just love my girls. And I love my wife. And I just want her to be found.
But investigators told a different story, arresting Barry Morphew.
Oh man, dude, we got body language on that. You see that? I just want her to be found as he's shaking his head no. Uh-oh. Barry. Saying ain't so. Watch this shit. He's like, yeah, I love my wife. And he's like shaking his head no.
Told a different story, arresting Barry Morphew. The charges ranging from first-degree murder. Told a different story, arresting Barry Morphew home for a bike ride, but never returned.
I just love my girls. And I love my wife.
See, he's like, love his girls. His head was shaking, yes. Love my wife, it started to turn no. And then when he's, what?
And I just want her to be found.
Look, I just want her to be found. No, I don't. That head back and forth. What happened to the up and down? He's not nodding, man. Oh, shit. I think we just sit this thing. Where's the behavior panel, man? I'm going to go on there. They need me. Yeah, no, man. That is craziness, dude. Like, I know I'm not into body language and shit, but, dude, you see that shit, right? I'm not tripping. Look at his head.
Want her to be found.
No, man, he's fucking shaking his head. No, he doesn't want her to be found. He loves his girls. He had a little like it was a little weird, but he did nod his head up and down when he said he loved his girls. But when he said he loved his wife, he gave it a little no, and then I just want her to be found. Oh man, that was like 5. Left, right, left, right, left, right. I mean, 5 or 6 times, man. He shook his head no. Holy shit, Barry. Yeah, man, exactly. It is a telltale sign. I mean, you can't hide that shit. You can't, and a lot of times you can't hide what you're saying either, no matter if you rehearse it or not. You know, you use the past tense words and stuff like that. All right, let's look at this again, dude. Holy shit. That's crazy. And I actually just watched this video the other day. I didn't even notice that because I was like, it was on my TV and I was pretty far away.
And I love my wife. And I just want her to be found.
No.
But investigators told a different story, arresting Barry
And
Morphew.
then after he got done, he was like, you believe me, right? And then he shook his head. I mean, that's what he's thinking in his head. You believe everything I just said? And he like shakes his head up and down like, Okay, you did it. Yep, you got it out. But dude, you fucked up, man. You shook your head no.
And I love my wife. And I just want her to be found.
But investigators told a different story, arresting Barry Morphew. The charges ranging from first-degree murder to tampering with physical evidence. Prosecutors argued that Morphew discovered his wife was having an affair, then murdered her, disposed of her body, and staged a bike crash in a rural area. Releasing this body camera footage from the hours after she was reported missing, police saying Morphew touched evidence.
Hey, could you not touch that bike with your hands, please?
Morphew's daughters say he isn't a killer and are celebrating the dismissal of the case, now demanding District Attorney Lynn.
Oh, that's the tampering with evidence charge, is because he touched the bike when they pulled it up out of the ravine? Huh. That's interesting.
Linda Stanley should do more.
I mean, it kind of fucked it up, but I mean, come on, it's I've touched my girlfriend's bike 100 million times. You know, it's like your DNA, your fingerprints, everything would be on there, I would assume. Anyways, so I don't know how much of a tampering or hindrance he did with the stuff by touching the bike again.
Just hope that Linda will step up to the plate and do everything she can to find our mom, because what they've done is not fair. And we're never going to stop looking for our mom.
Court filings say that while authorities are close to discovering Suzanne's body, weather has complicated the efforts. The location where Suzanne's body is believed to be has 5 feet of snow concealing it. But the family's attorney says authorities have mishandled the case and are planning to file a complaint against the DA.
And if you want to honor Suzanne and you want to honor the daughters, go find Suzanne.
The DA's office telling ABC News they and law enforcement have been diligently searching for Suzanne Morphew since she was reported missing, and that they are continuing to do so.
Prosecutors need to be held responsible, and they need to pay for the damage they've caused to Barry, which is frankly nearly irreparable, because it's hard for anybody to believe that Barry is not who they claim he was.
Now, the family spoke out this weekend. It was Suzanne Morphew's birthday, and her daughters say, of course, they wished they were spending it with her. The charges against Barry Morphew were dismissed without prejudice, which means that if investigators do uncover new evidence, those charges can be filed again, Michael.
All right. Thank you so much, Amy.
Yeah, man, that's freaking nuts. What's up? Rewatch the video of him asking her to be returned. Shakes his head no the whole time. Oh, really? All right, we'll watch that again. I probably would, and saying what the fuck. Yes, and you would say you want her home. Not that I love my wife and I just want her found. As he says no with his head. Spot on, Bumpy. Yeah, man, that's crazy, dude. Like, I can't believe I didn't notice that before. Yeah, let's check out this thing again and see.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you.
Holy shit, he does. He like shakes his head. He like tries to go, he tries to fight it though, man. It's like a couple times it looks like he's trying to force himself to nod his head yes, but he can't do it. He's just shaking his head no, man, the whole time. Like his body's not letting him lie. That is nuts, man.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. I want you back so bad.
Wow. Oh, here you go. Oh, yeah. So that they actually sued or did a lawsuit. This is from 4 months ago. Hey, calm down,
If
cat.
you have an hour this week, you can learn 100 songs on the piano by learning just 4 chords. These.
Now we're going to check back into the story of Suzanne Morphew. The Colorado mother vanished on Mother's Day 3 years ago. Her husband Barry had been charged with murder, but he's.
Hey, I'm gonna let this play for a minute. I gotta let my cat outside, or she'll just sit here and meow at me. So I'll let her outside. So I'll be right back. Don't do anything crazy in chat.
Is now suing prosecutors after they dropped all charges last year. Now, Rushif has an exclusive interview with Morphew and his daughters. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you guys. Barry Morphew says his life is ruined. That $15 million civil suit accuses prosecutors and law enforcement of lying and withholding evidence, focusing only on Barry Morphew and humiliating him. But authorities tell us they didn't drop the charges because they thought Barry was innocent. They felt they didn't have enough evidence to convict without Suzanne's body.
This morning, demands for justice for Suzanne Morphew, 3 years after the Colorado mom mysteriously vanished on Mother's Day in 2020.
They actually said, in that one video, the one lady said that the charges were actually dropped because of a Brady violation. They didn't turn over I can't even say that word. Exploratory evidence. God, why can't I say that? Holy shit, dude. It's too early in the morning. But yeah, I thought that's what they said. It was for that. It wasn't for lack of evidence. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyways.
Authorities believe she is dead. Her body never found. Now officially classified a cold case.
Somebody in this community needs to keep her name out there.
Suzanne's husband, Barry, initially charged with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence, but those charges dropped just before his trial. Now Barry and his daughters, Macy and Mallory, are speaking exclusively to ABC News, claiming his life has been ruined by false accusations.
What have these last 3 years been like for you?
Very, very sad. Very confusing.
Just so traumatic. Like literally our worst nightmare.
Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of your wife?
Absolutely not. It's very hurtful to lose your reputation and your integrity.
Barry filing a $15 million civil suit against prosecutors, the sheriff, and several investigators.
So I know that 15 million is a huge number, but I don't think that, in my mind, that covers any of the damage that's happened to Barry and the girls.
They know he's innocent. And if they would just look for Suzanne outside of where they hypothesize Barry could have possibly buried her remains, they could find her.
His daughters standing by him.
You never had a shred of doubt once you heard the evidence from law enforcement against your dad?
I've never had a shred of doubt.
Not one.
Prosecutors say at the time they believed that they were close to finding.
Even she did. I don't have a shred of. She kind of was nodded her head yes, and then went to no. But she only did it like twice. Oh man, there's the bike. See the bike right here? Is that where they found it? I mean, it's not even that steep of a ravine. I mean, it's a steep ravine, but it's not really super far. And you would suspect if you went down that, you're not going too far from right in that area.
Suzanne's body and drop those charges against Barry, hoping for additional evidence. Authorities tell ABC News they still believe Barry Morphew could be involved in his wife's disappearance and aren't ruling out future charges.
Law enforcement, the DAs, believed that they had their guy. And they believe that there's a mountain of evidence against you. There's just not Suzanne's body.
They're wrong. They've got tunnel vision. And they looked at one person and they've got too much pride to say they're wrong and look somewhere else.
These charges were dropped without prejudice, which means if authorities feel like there's more evidence, they could charge you again. Do you live with fear of that?
Well, I was innocent the first time they arrested me, so I'm sure it's possible. But I don't have anything to worry about. I've done nothing wrong.
Was there any indication before she disappeared that something was amiss?
No.
Did you observe any fights, arguments, disagreements between your mom and your?
Oh yeah, this is where they said that they didn't witness any arguments or any disagreements. Whoops.
Dad that concerned you before?
No.
Prosecutors offering texts which appear to show a strained marriage. Suzanne.
And the other lady, the other reporter lady that we watched in the previous video from Court TV, she said that the one daughter that she had heard that the one daughter said that they were always fighting, that got really bad there at the end. And the other daughters stuck to her story that she had never seen them. I think it was the older one that said she never seen them fight or anything like that. It was the younger one that was still at the house.
Suzanne referring to Barry as Jekyll and Hyde, and just before she disappeared, telling Barry, "I'm done." Suzanne confiding in a friend, "Macy and I had a very tough talk yesterday. She's weary of the tension here. She knows how he is toward me and almost begged me to divorce him. He's still pulling Mal in." But Barry and his daughters deny the marriage was in trouble.
We had a wonderful life, a wonderful marriage. She was just.
I mean, this dude, does he just shake his head no with everything? I mean, just everything is bullshit out of his mouth. I mean, dude, he is just shaking his head no with everything he says, dude. What the fuck is going on?
So loving and giving.
Oh, look, that now he says loving and giving. His head was shaking yes. He agreed with that. Man, dude, this dude is crazy, man. All right, let's go back a minute and watch this.
A wonderful life, a wonderful marriage. She was just so loving and giving and such a good mother.
Before her disappearance, Suzanne fighting cancer.
And I know that she was going through chemotherapy for the last couple of years before her disappearance. And I know she was going through some hard things and made some.
I mean, dude, those three statements right there, that was the most his head went up and down and not side to side in all these videos. And he's probably being honestly truthful in that situation too. This is so bizarre, man. Like, it's such a tell with this guy if it's actually a tell as it appears to be.
Some bad decisions.
What kind of bad decisions?
She was really having trouble with the chemotherapy and the drugs.
Look, he's shaking his head yes for all this stuff about the chemo, the cancer. She was going through a rough time because of it. Hey, what's up, Gina? What's happening? What's up, Samatu? Yeah, so this is crazy. Yeah, we just solved the case like we normally do, Gina. When I get on here for my long ass lives, we usually solve a case or two or answer a few questions. Anyways, here we go.
Investigators also say she was involved with someone else. When you found out that Suzanne was having an affair, what was your first thought?
My heart was broke. My heart was broken. I didn't believe it.
What's been the hardest part?
Just not having mom.
Not knowing.
It's
Just Samantha, I think Kay, was it Kay? So, or TLC, I think it was Kay said that the behavioral panel did go over this. His one interview. I think it was I don't know if it was the one where he was asking them the returner or whatever, but it was one of those that they went through. I'll try to look for it. Sorry.
really difficult, especially because of the lack of closure we have.
And Barry Morphew has moved out of Colorado because he says the public and media scrutiny has been too much on him and his daughters. The Chaffee County Sheriff's Office and DA Linda Stanley both saying they cannot comment on pending litigation or on ongoing investigations. Bottom line here, guys, Suzanne is still missing and no one has been held accountable. So many questions.
Just really intriguing.
Huh. All right, hang on. Let me see if I can find it. I think I'm sub to them. Oh, shit. Chris McDonough did some. He did a video on it. Oh, my God. 97,000 views. Freaking Chris McDonough. McDonuts. It's McDonuts, man. Oh, they did. Oh, I'm sorry. Should be reading chat. Body language will rat you out every time. They did 2 videos. All right, they did 2 videos. Let me look. Holy crap. Missing person body language lies featuring Barry. Oh, yeah, they have a whole bunch of people on this one. Oh, man, they got a bunch of. We'll do a little body language expose. Shit. Share this thread. All right, let's see if we get. Oh, yeah, okay, Barry's right off the bat. So.
Here we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement and the military in interrogation and body language. I also created the #1 online body language course, bodylanguagetactics.com, with Greg.
Oh, yeah, here. Let me drop the link for this. For the behavioral panel. Isn't that guy a butthead? Wait, which one? Shit. Hang on. Let me get the link for you real quick. So they don't come after me. Oh, shit. All right, here we go. This is the behavioral panel. This is the channel. So they don't get mad at me for playing their shit. Yeah, these guys are pretty cool, man. It's kind of basic stuff, but so cool.
Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior.
Oh, yeah, I did want to say this, though, too, before I play the rest of that, is that Barry Morphew was in jail for 5 months before they released him and dismissed the charges. I mean, that's a long time, man. 5 months, because it was about ready to go to trial. It was almost like the Kohlberger thing, because they were about to go to trial, and then he waived his right. So I guess Barry was going to stick with the speedy trial, and they just didn't have enough evidence, supposedly. But then I also heard the Brady thing too. But here we go.
Behavior and body language help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
I'm Chase Hughes. I've written 5 books on behavior and body language. I train intelligence agencies and the general public in extreme persuasion, influence, and behavioral profiling. Greg.
Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior and put together this #1 bodylanguagetactics.com course with Scott. And I spend most of my time on Wall Street and corporate America.
All right, today we're going to do something a little bit different. Once again, we're not going to do one case or situation. We're going to do several. We get a lot of requests, and
Oh yeah, what does it mean? What's it mean when you have your hands in your pockets? Because Barry Morphew did have his hands in his pockets when he was talking to the cop when he came back there that night. Um, yeah, he was standing there with the hands in his pockets the whole time. Anyways, sorry.
to keep up with the list and try to make our list smaller, we're going to try and knock out 3 or 4 of them during this one. So we're going to try to keep them short, but we got a lot of little videos. So anybody want to add anything? We good?
Nope.
I think the only thing I would add is these are in varying states of case. Some of these are open cases. Some of these are closed cases. There will be some guys who we know the outcome and some who we don't know yet. That's it.
Okay, cool. Let's get started.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. And I want you back so bad.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm not going to jump on everything here, but there are a handful that jump off the page. This is a prepared statement, number one. If I prepared a statement, it would be at least coherent, and it would deliver a message to a person, not to every person. I wouldn't say I, they, you, we. I mean, this is all over the board. There's not a clear message. And if you're preparing a statement, you would think you would say, Susanna, wherever you are, whatever I can do for you, I'm here. Or you might say, whoever took her, if you really believe somebody took her, I need to get her back, whatever it cost. You wouldn't be addressing her and then saying whoever took her. It seems awfully a lot. It seems a lot to me like he is trying to tell a story. And that's the whole thing about there's a plot line that I'm trying to get out here. Nobody else may know the plot line, just whatever's in his head. There's also a fading facts thing. Scott, I'm going to use your term. It kind of drops off at the end. And he's got this kind of, there's a big lot going on here, but usually when we think of grief muscle, we don't think of all these muscles in the forehead engaged and concern. That looks like I'm concerned and I'm asking for approval. That doesn't look like that arc that we all associate with the grief muscle from Duchenne. So messages there, not necessarily coherent.
Oh yeah, no, I know all about Chris McDonough. Yeah, no, I know all about his stupidity. Yeah, the first time I had any interaction or saw him for the first time is when he went down for the Summer Wells and he interviewed Hunter and the family. And I was just like, who the fuck is this guy, man? I mean, this dude is just not doing anything good. But yeah, sorry. Back to the body language. Yeah, no, that's the same stuff that we were kind of talking about, what this guy said. And he's like kind of going easy to give the other 3 something to talk about because he could sit there and probably just name 100 things that the dude's body language is all fucked up. But yeah, here we go.
From a prepared message, I expect a lot more. And I'll leave the other glaring things around facial muscularity and that to you guys. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so first of all, for me, I couldn't agree more that it's incoherent what's happening here. It is a prepared statement. My guess is the FBI have said, okay, look, we're going to, film something. We'll put it up. But I can't see why they would have asked him to kind of script it in this way, where the subject of it or who he's talking to keeps changing and kind of non sequiturs. So it feels to me like he hasn't quite worked out who his audience is for this. And that concerns me. If it were me there, I'd be going, well, I want.
Yeah, no, that's so true because if you're getting out in front of there, obviously you're not going to be talking to a mountain lion, you're not going to be talking to someone who wrecked and can't get up off the ground, you know what I mean? Like if they wrecked their bike down a ravine. You're not talking to them. I mean, who are you talking to? You don't even know. I mean, it's kind of bizarre. It really is how he goes about it and how he does jump from that's what I said earlier when we watched it. It was like you know, he's like talking to Suzanne and he's talking to someone else and he's like maybe talking to someone else.
Want to talk to Suzanne and I'm going to focus on her, or I want to talk to the people that I believe have taken her and I want to talk to them. This is all over the place. Now his breathing is all over the place as well. We get this "Oh Suzanne" at the start. Seems melodramatic to me, a little too much, and that expiration, that big out breath at the end again seems melodramatic, trying to convince me of the grief and the pain. And then, yeah, absolutely seems to run out of breath at the end there, which creates that fading fact as well. So either that's a fading fact or his breathing isn't quite in sync. Either way, it's worrying, because you'd think, if this is my chance to get the message across, I'm going to take a big breath and I'm going to hammer this one out. And I know what I want to say to people. So, it's confusing here. I don't see why it should be and why it has to be. So a bit of a red flag on this one around those things. Chase, what do you got for me?
Yep, I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, he just kind of piggybacked off the other guy, what he said. But I mean, yeah, it's so blatant that like just normal people can look at it and be like, dude, what's going on here? There's something strange. And you know, no one stepped in to help him at all. Obviously, it looks like a pretty decent video. Like it, you know, it might have been law enforcement or it might have been like a news agency or someone. Couldn't have gave him a couple more pointers about it before you went ahead and got on there. It looked like he was kind of reading it. Like his eyes kept going to the right. So I don't know if there was someone standing there, or if they had a cue card or a prompt, you know, television prompt or something for him, because he kept looking to the right and he still didn't make any sense. All right, sorry.
Yes, I think we were all originally going to do this for a TV show several months ago.
Yes.
Which wound up not happening. And I think he's confused about who to address, and he's not sure, should it be a hostage story? Should it be a runaway story? And there's eye blocking. We see this little eye flutter when he's saying, "I want you back." And there's no sadness. There's no sadness here at all. And there's a head shaking during his affirmative speech. When he's speaking in the affirmative, it's a data point. So don't think that that's something that's going to tell you some secret that somebody's lying. So with this, I'm going to give you 4 steps. If you got a Post-it note handy and a crayon, I'm going to give you 4 steps, the Chase Hughes 4-step method for breaking down the videos that are going to come up. Number 1, where is the concern directed? Is it story, plot, innocence, that person's innocence, or the missing person's return or safety? Where is it focused? Number 2, are there moments of stress or fear associated with their guilt or associated with the missing person? Number 3, is the information provided specific and directed towards finding and recovering the missing person? And finally, number 4, is the sadness more visible or less visible than the stress? So use that as a window as we're going through these next.
Wow, those are actually those are 4 very good points when you are looking at it. And like all that lines up with Letitia Stock to a T, man. Like she fucking failed on all 4 of those. Barry, probably at least 3 out of 4, if not all 4. Here, I'm gonna listen to that again. That was I like that.
4 steps. If you got a Post-it note handy and a crayon, I'm going to give you 4 steps, the Chase Hughes 4-step method for breaking down the videos that are going to come up. Number 1, where is the concern directed? Is it story, plot, innocence, that person's innocence, or the missing person's return or safety? Where is it focused? Number 2, are there?
Oh, I mentioned that. I mentioned that earlier. Like he's even worse than Chris Watts was. I mean, Chris Watts was somewhat believable, like when you first started listening to the interview. Like as soon as you look at Barry, it's like I don't know about this guy. Yeah, his demeanor and everything. Hey, what's up, Burnout Proof? How's it going? Thanks for coming in. Sometimes law enforcement will. She has to say. Sometimes law enforcement will advise someone they may be looking at a possible person of interest is suspect to give a public statement, join them in a presser, or give an interview with the media as a tool for themselves. Yeah, no, I agree. They definitely do that. They want them to, if they think that they're involved or they know something, they want them to get out there and start talking. For sure. Great point. Hi again, by the way, Burton. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, this guy, we were just listening to this guy. He had 4 points to look at.
There are moments of stress or fear associated with their guilt or associated with the missing person. Number 3, is the information provided specific and directed towards finding and recovering the missing person? And finally, number 4, is the sadness more visible or less visible than the stress? So use that as a window as we're going through these next few videos. Scott, what do you got?
Cool. All right. This is, I don't know why this guy's now, I don't know if this guy's has been, is he still, or has this been closed yet? Greg, do we know?
This is open. This is open. Yeah,
okay. Well then, don't take what I'm saying as a fact. Don't take what I'm saying as a fact. I'm just saying what I think here. This is hilarious. I can't believe he's not in the pokey yet. Like I was telling you guys earlier. He said,
"Oh shit, he's fucking going in hard right off the bat." All right, here we go. Let's see what this guy has to say.
As he says, anyone, you, well, we, your, they, I, and you. This is all within 26 seconds. He uses just about every pronoun that there is in this whole thing. Don't see any grief. He's talking really quiet, really too quiet. I don't know where he is. It sounds like he's out in the middle of the forest or something, or up in the mountains or something.
He's like in a pasture.
And he's not, who's he talking to? Like you were saying, Greg, who the hell's he talking to? Suzanne, if there's anyone out there, it goes from talking to her to talking to some I don't know what's going on. It's confusing. I don't know who he's talking to. I don't know why somebody said, "Hey man, what are you talking about? You sound crazy." And he says, he should have said, listen, whoever's, when you're talking to the person who's got your person, like that movie, I'll find you. I'm going to find you. We got all kinds of people looking for that. That's the road you go down. Or I would think it would go down in this situation. I've seen done before and executed beautifully. But in this case, no. He doesn't say, "We're going to find you. I'll come get you. We'll find you." No, he's so detached from this. I think these are all classic cues of detachment from this person. He knows what's happened. And I'll bet you $100 that when they're out searching for her, he's with them. He's in the search party looking too. And I bet he's not very interested as he goes through. But that's what I bet. His personality seems like those people that try to be up all up in it and everything. That he seems like that type. So that's where I'm going with it. What are you going to say, Greg? You got something?
Yeah, funny you say that. If you go out and look, there's actually a video that one of the searchers took on his cell phone, and you judge from there.
Oh, well, shoot. I wish I'd known that. For a mouth off, I could have found that and put that on there too.
Oh, what? Oh, I got to find this video now.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. I want you back so bad.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce.
All right, we good?
Yeah, it's good.
All right, let's move.
Wes says his mother.
All right, man. Well, that's crazy. Let me see if I can find the other one. Supposedly there was another one. Here, we'll watch it again. I'll just let it play through the Barry Morphew thing while I'm looking for the other video.
Greg Hartley, I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior and put together this #1 bodylanguagetactics.com course with Scott. And I spend most of my time on Wall Street and corporate America.
All right, today we're going to do something a little bit different. Once again, we're not going to do one case or situation. We're going to do several. We get a lot of requests, and to keep up with the list and try to make our list smaller, we're going to try to knock out 3 or 4 of them during this one. So we're going to try to keep them short, but we got a lot of little videos. So anybody want to add anything? We good?
No. I think the only thing I would add is these are in varying states of case. Some of these are open cases. Some of these are closed cases. There will be some guys who we know the outcome and some who we don't know yet. That's it.
Right. Okay, cool. Let's get started.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. I want you back so bad.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm not going to jump on everything here, but there are a handful that jump off the page. This is a prepared statement, number one. If I prepared a statement, it would be at least coherent, and it would deliver a message to a person, not to every person. I wouldn't say I, they, you, we. I mean, this is all over the board. There's not a clear message. And if you're preparing a statement, you would think you would say, Susanna, wherever you are, whatever I can do for you, I'm here. Or you might say, whoever took her, if you really believe somebody took her, I need to get her back, whatever it cost. You wouldn't be addressing her and then saying whoever took her. It seems awfully a lot. It seems a lot to me like he is trying to tell a story. And that's the whole thing about there's a plot line that I'm trying to get out here. Nobody else may know the plot line, just whatever's in his head. There's also a fading facts thing that, Scott, I'm going to use your term. He kind of drops off at the end. And he's got this kind of, there's a big lot going on here. But usually when we think of grief muscle, we don't think of all these muscles in the forehead engaged and concern. That looks like I'm concerned and I'm asking for approval. That doesn't look like that arc that we all associate with the grief muscle from Duchenne. So messages there, not necessarily coherent. From a prepared message, I expect a lot more. And I'll leave the other glaring things around facial muscularity and that to you guys. Mark, what do you got?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, Casey. You know, I feel the same way a lot too. But it's definitely interesting. I like it when we know. Like with this case, we really don't know, so we really are just speculating. It's almost like a pseudoscience. But when you know the answer and you get to watch the people lie about it, or their reaction or what they were saying prior to that, and I mean, you do learn a lot of stuff, and a lot of this stuff is actual and factual, and does happen. The body does do it. If you're lying or if you're telling the truth, it does do these different things. So, I mean, I could see it somewhat when we don't know, but if we do know the truth and they are doing this and it is happening, then it lends a little more credit to it. Oh yeah, I know. I hear. I'm not trying to single you out or anything. I agree. It's definitely not 100%, probably not even close to 75%. We probably go down to 50-50 on most of the stuff, but it's definitely interesting for sure.
So first of all, for me, I couldn't agree more that it's incoherent what's happening here. It is a prepared statement. My guess is the FBI have said, okay, look, we're going to, film something. We'll put it up. But I can't see why they would have asked him to kind of script it in this way, where the subject of it or who he's talking to keeps changing and kind of non sequiturs. So it feels to me like he hasn't quite worked out who his audience is for this. And that concerns me. If it were me there, I'd be going, well, I want to talk to Suzanne and I'm going to focus on her, or I want to talk to the people that I believe have taken her and I want to talk to them. This is all over the place. Now his breathing is all over the place as well. We get this, oh, Suzanne at the start, seems melodramatic to me, a little too much. And that expiration, that big out breath at the end, again, seems melodramatic, trying to convince me of the grief and the pain. And then, yeah, absolutely seems to run out of breath at the end there, which creates that fading fact as well. So either that's a fading fact or his breathing isn't quite in sync. Either way, it's worrying, because you'd think, if this is my chance to get the message across, I'm going to take a big breath and I'm going to hammer this one out, and I know what I want to say to people. So it's confusing here. I don't see why it should be and why it has to be. So a bit of a red flag on this one around those things. Chase, what do you got for me?
Yep, I absolutely agree with you guys. I think we were all.
Sorry, I was just pausing between each one in case they get mad I'm playing their stuff. I did post the channel though, if you want to go check it out.
All originally going to do this for a TV show several months ago.
Yes.
Which wound up not happening. And I think he's confused about who to address, and he's not sure, should it be a hostage story? Should it be a runaway story? And there's eye blocking. We see this little eye flutter when he's saying, I want you back. And there's no sadness. There's no sadness.
I found the hiker video, but it's on Chris McDonough's channel. He's like on a panel. I think it's his channel, his panel. Anyways, we'll watch the rest of this.
Here at all. And there's a head shaking during his affirmative speech. When he's speaking in the affirmative, it's a data point. So don't think that that's something that's going to tell you some secret that somebody's lying. So with this, I'm going to give you 4 steps. If you got a Post-it note handy and a crayon, I'm going to give you 4 steps, the Chase Hughes 4-step method for breaking down the videos that are going to come up. Number 1, where is the concern directed? Is it story, plot, innocence, that person's innocence, or the missing person's return or safety? Where is it focused? Number 2, are there moments of stress or fear associated with their guilt or associated with the missing person? Number 3, is the information provided specific and directed towards finding and recovering the missing person? And finally, number 4, is the sadness more visible or less visible than the stress? So use that as a window as we're going through these next few videos. Scott, what do you got?
Cool. All right. I don't know why this guy's in now. I don't know if this guy's has this been closed yet? Greg, do we know?
This is open. This is open.
Yeah, okay. Well then, don't take what I'm saying as a fact. Don't take what I'm saying as a fact. I'm just saying what I think here. This is hilarious. I can't believe he's not in the pokey yet. Like I was telling you guys earlier, he says anyone, you, well, we, your, they, I, and you. This is all within 26 seconds. He uses just about every pronoun that there is in this whole thing. Don't see any grief. He's talking really quiet, really too quiet. I don't know where he is. It sounds like he's out in the middle of the forest or something, or up in the mountains or something. And he's not, who's he talking to? Like you were saying, Greg, who the hell's he talking to? Suzanne, if there's anyone out there, it goes from talking to her to talking to some I don't know what's going on. It's confusing. I don't know who he's talking to. I don't know why somebody said, hey man, what are you talking about? You sound crazy. And he says, he should have said, listen, when you're talking to the person who's got your person, like that movie, I'll find you. I'm going to find you. We got all kinds of people looking for that. That's the road you go down. Or I would think it would go down in this situation I've seen done before and executed beautifully. But in this case, no. He doesn't say, we're going to find you. I'll come get you. We'll find you. No, he's so detached from this. I think these are all classic cues of detachment from this person. He knows what's happened. And I'll bet you $100 that when they're out searching for her, he's with them. He's in the search party looking too. And I bet he's not very interested as he goes through. But that's what I bet. His personality seems like those people that try to be all up in it and everything. That he seems like that type. So that's where I'm going with it. What are you going to say, Greg? You got something?
Yeah, funny you say that. If you go out and look, there's actually a video that one of the searchers took on his cell phone, and you judge from there.
Oh, well, shoot. I wish I'd known that. For our mouth off, I could have found that and put that on there too.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. I want you back so bad.
All right, we good?
Yeah, it's good.
All right, let's move.
Wes says his mother recently passed away, and he
All right, so here here is the video of the searchers' encounter with Barry. This is definitely interesting. Hopefully McDonald's doesn't strike me for showing this shit. uh, but we'll see. All right. Yeah, so this is this is an encounter the searcher had when he was out searching for Suzanne.
Well, you can see the concentration in these areas around the Morphew house. The property around Goose Lake was searched very hard. We followed the power lines up, way up, almost to the snow line and back. And we ate lunch there, and we really concentrated hard on this area. And you're right, the places that haven't been searched, you see the blank in the middle on the right is the Morphew home. That's private property. We're not allowed on that. But we searched everything around it, all the way to the point where we ran into somebody and they told us, you're about to get on private property. So
do you know who that person was? Do you care to reveal anything?
Yeah, it was Barry. He was up there hanging trail cameras with a shotgun on his shoulder.
And what did he say?
He wasn't cross, but he said, you're about to go on private property and you're not allowed.
So
And
you're looking for your sister. So you're looking for your sister, and he's putting cameras up and with a shotgun with a bunch of searchers for his sister. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was that. I don't know. It's kind of scary. I was that Suzanne's brother, I guess. I don't know. It was weird. All right. What was the other? I was gonna show one more thing. Where's it at? Man, now there was another one. Oh, here we go. Dr. G, that's who it is. me share this. Stop, dude. Go. Yeah, this guy, Dr. G. Let me get his link. Dr. G explains. So that's the link to this guy's YouTube channel, Dr. G explains. He kind of goes over Barry's he analyzes Barry's body language, behavior and stuff. I'm assuming he does like a couple different videos. Looks like he starts out with the one when Barry comes back into town on the day that his wife supposedly is missing. And it's night and he's talking to the cops and he like touches the bike, the cop yells at him and shit. All right, here we go.
G here. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Barry Morphew. In 2020, Suzanne Morphew went missing around Mother's Day. She's the wife of Barry Morphew. She's since been presumed to be dead. The body has not been recovered, and nothing has been heard from her since. Barry Morphew was arrested shortly
Oh no, this is Dr. G explains his channel.
After her disappearance. Those charges were dropped without prejudice 9 days before the trial. Without prejudice means that charges could be brought again if evidence comes to light or if they have reason that they believe that he in fact did it and they want to take it to trial. What we're looking at today is not his guilt nor his innocence. What we're looking at is his behavior. I've had so many people ask me to do an analysis of this, to watch his body language in these various videos that I'm going to show. And the goal is that I can help explain and make better sense of the type of behavior that he's showing. So just keep in mind, the goal of this is not to say whether he's guilty or innocent, but just to try to make sense of his behavior. Last couple of things before we get started. One, I was recently on an episode of STS, Surviving the Survivor, right here on YouTube. You can also catch them on Apple, Spotify, pretty much anywhere where you can listen to a podcast. I highly recommend you check out that episode because it's pretty interesting. And while you're here, please like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. What we're going to look at now is Barry Morphew the night after Suzanne Morphew disappeared. Her bike was found on the side of the road by deputies. They contacted him, and this is his reaction as he comes to the scene.
Where is it? Where's the bike?
Oh, it's right there.
Where was it?
It was like just right down here in this little embankment. Right here. So I GPS dude. I got the husband on the scene here with me.
All right, so he's asking where the bike is. He's looking around. Nothing really stands out in that regard. Let's just keep watching.
I'm here with my daughter. She's at Barry's house.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can go down there.
Is it a crash?
I mean, the bike looked, the way it was laid, it kind of looked like it, but there's not really that much.
All right, so he's asking, is it a crash? He's got one hand in his pocket. His other hand is wide open. Now, one thing that I've had people ask about is it suspicious that he had his hands in his pockets during this? Not really, actually. Let me show you this. So watch right here.
I mean,
okay, so you can see his hand sort of halfway positioned in his pocket. Now, people sometimes do that for comfort. There's nothing particularly or specifically defensive about having your hand halfway in your pocket. Now, if somebody has their hands submerged fully, like to the wrist, and that may sound ridiculous, but people do that. That may be a little bit more suspicious, or at least a little bit more concerning that somebody's really anxious, because that can be representative of that. But him having his hand halfway in his pocket doesn't really say much.
The bike looked, the way it was laid, it kind of looked like it, but there's.
Now, you'll notice his arm is extended. His body is open. What this shows is some degree of vulnerability. When we're feeling defensive or we're feeling concerned, we oftentimes cover our chest. And that doesn't just mean crossing your arms, but we find all sorts of different ways to deflect. We face away from people. We feel a certain level of discomfort and vulnerability when our head and our body is open to people. So what this says is that there is no overt defensiveness in his body posture right now.
There's not really that much damage to the bike. That's the thing.
Lion?
Yeah, it was just like
Was
lion.
that no lion? Mountain lion?
So he just
I hadn't really watched this video either, as far as like him talking to the cop the whole time. But yeah, man, he's just like he's putting out every theory known to man. Like he's gonna be like aliens. I mean, what else is he gonna say? Holy shit. Very, very, very.
said lion, mountain lion, a very odd question to ask. I certainly don't think I would be thinking about mountain lions if my wife's bike was found and she was missing. It's a very strange thing to ask. But what this is going to be more indicative of, as we're going to see over the course of these videos, is that he speaks impulsively sometimes. He says things off the cuff. I don't think he always thinks through things. What that doesn't suggest is a criminal mastermind. That doesn't mean that he didn't do something to his wife, but asking such an odd question also doesn't implicate that he did. It's just somebody who maybe doesn't think through what they're asking. Once again, his body posture actually suggests a certain degree of openness or a certain degree of vulnerability as he's asking this. So his body.
Yeah, no, I tend to have my hands in my pockets too when I'm just like standing there. I mean, just especially if I'm bullshitting, I'm just not standing there with my arms. I'm not a big talker with my hands either, so I could just sit there and talk with my hands in my pockets, or I mean, I find that kind of comfortable too. So it's not too crazy. I can see where this guy's coming from.
Body language is not consistent with somebody who is trying to deceive. Let's watch this again.
That's the thing.
Lion?
Yeah, it was just like
Was
lion.
that no lion? Mountain lion?
I didn't see anything that would
I didn't see anything, and they're not letting us go over the site.
Yeah, dude, he probably is going to say Bigfoot at some point. There's been Sasquatch sightings around here since 1954. Like he is like I have a feeling he's just gonna like lay out every possible scenario, which is that's really bizarre to me for sure. Why would you be? I'd be like, you found a bike. Did you find her? Did you look further away from the crash site? Did you like? I would be more concerned about looking around that area where the bike was crashed than anything. I would think at the point, even though there was already people there watching, I'd be yelling her name. I'd be, shit, dude, something.
We're getting a track just right down in here. Yeah.
Do you know what my husband and son?
And once again, he went back to having his hands in his pockets. I don't read anything into that really, but I just wanted to point out that I did notice that. So oftentimes when people touch the back of their head, that's a way to calm themselves. One of the challenges when people are trying to read whether or not somebody's body language is authentic, whether or not somebody's lying, is that when somebody is deceitful, they're oftentimes trying to comfort themselves. But this is also a situation where someone's going to be highly distressed. So when you see signs of him trying to comfort himself just standing around, don't read too much into that. I think anybody in this situation would be trying to calm themselves down, touching his head, those sorts of behaviors. So keep that in mind as you continue to watch this.
Double check everything. So, yeah.
Did anybody look for foot tracks on the road?
I haven't seen anything really, but
people tracks were lying.
I didn't really notice, but.
So he's asking about tracks again. He's asking about mountain lion tracks. I'm not really sure why that seems like a good explanation. It would have to be a really big mountain lion to carry a person off. I don't live in the country, and even I know that. So I think that it's such an odd and sort of peculiar thing to ask, but that doesn't implicate guilt. That just implicates odd questions or odd statements. I think the part of it that he's talking about right now that people probably pay more attention to is him asking if there are tracks. If somebody, in fact, set up that bike, they threw it off the rail there and they got out of their car to do it, then they may have left tracks. So there are certain questions that people ask that brings suspicion onto them. And those are the kinds of questions that do. Next, we're going to be watching a short video of Barry Morphew asking for Suzanne to come home or for her to be released. Let's see what his body language says.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear.
Oh yeah, this is crazy part right here. Oh yeah, Burton, drop the link for that live if you want in the chat. So everyone, if they want to, they can go check it out. Yeah, no, this is this is a crazy video. He's just shaking his head no the whole time with this thing.
Let's see what his body language says.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love.
All right, so I'm going to rewind for a second so we can watch this again. Now, one interpretation I've heard about this video is that because he's shaking his head no like this while he's saying he wants her to come home, he in fact doesn't want her to come home. And I understand the logic because I've talked about head nods and head shakes being inconsistent with what people are saying. But this is a little bit different, and I'll explain why. He does it throughout the entire video. And I talk about getting a baseline. Getting a baseline is understanding somebody's normal behaviors. So when we see a change in behavior, it stands out. Through this, he's doing it the whole time. It becomes impossible to attribute specific meaning to that behavior because he does it so constantly. Watch this again.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you.
So people have specifically asked me about this clip, and reading body language in a clip like this is exceedingly difficult because they're going to do multiple takes. He probably did this 5, 10, 20 times to make sure they got the right take. He did it all in one go, which really isn't easy to do if there's certain things that you want to say. What this does tell us, though, is that at times he does say things that, once again, can come across as a little odd, saying whoever has you, because I don't know if it was actually presumed that she was being held captive, but it seems like an odd thing to say.
The whole thing was odd. Like everything he said was odd, like so bizarre. And he was all over the place. He was talking to her, he was talking to someone else, he was talking about, grouped in with his girls. He had the without his girls, him without his girls, the girls without him. I mean, he was just all over the place talking to everybody. Um, yeah, and he was shaking his head no almost the whole time, even in a lot of interviews. But there's a lot of times when he's saying something and he's nodding his head yes, and that seems like it is plausible that it's more than likely true what he's saying in those times. So, yeah, you can't just look at this one time and say, "Oh yeah," but if you look at all his stuff, no matter how often he shakes his head no, he shakes his head yes a lot too. Maybe he shakes his head no so much because everything's a lie and he knows everything's a lie coming out of him. Just my opinion.
Once again, that doesn't presume guilt. That doesn't suggest guilt. It just suggests someone who may not think through very thoroughly everything that he says. Let's keep watching this.
No questions asked. However much they want, I will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. And I want you back so bad.
So I've seen videos of people pleading for family members to come home, and there can be meaningful information in those because if it's the news interviewing somebody and off the cuff they're saying, "Hey, I want my family to come home," or something to that effect, you can see real emotion there. But something like this is practiced. You're going to say it over and over again until you can get it right. And even though it's only 25 seconds, you might be surprised at how hard it is to say the right thing nonstop for that long. So I would not read too much into how he says this or what he's doing in this video because I don't know how many takes it took to get this video. Now we're going to watch part of an interview with Barry Morphew and his daughters after the charges had been.
Well, would you like? Wouldn't that make it more like crazy if you did had 20 takes and this is the video that you decided to go with? You couldn't have done a better job than that. I mean, and that he wasn't sitting there doing it 20 times because law enforcement and everybody, like Burton said earlier, they want them to do interviews, they want them to talk. The more they talk, especially if they're a person of interest or something, the more you talk, the more evidence and stuff they can find out and get on you, so they want you to talk. I don't know. This guy's all right, but I think the behavior panel was a little better. All right.
Dropped.
What have these last 3 years been like for you?
Very, very sad. Very confusing. Just so traumatic. Like literally our worst nightmare.
And I do feel like I have to say, when the daughter says it's been traumatic, I cannot imagine a worse trauma than losing your mother and then having your father taken away at the same time. I know there's a lot of people that say, well, he may have been responsible for her loss, but for the daughters to have to go through this is just unbelievably sad and painful. I to a degree I can't imagine.
Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of your wife?
Absolutely not. It's very hurtful to lose your.
All right. So when he's being asked this question, you see his brow furrow a little bit, and that suggests irritation, frustration, anger. And understandably, he's been accused of something he says that he didn't do. Most people would feel angry about that. So I do interpret that anger as being consistent with what he's saying. The rest of his body language is also consistent with what he's saying. So that doesn't guarantee that what he's saying is true, but it also suggests there's no overt signs of deception right here. Let's watch him say that again.
The disappearance of your wife?
Absolutely not. It's very hurtful to lose your reputation and your integrity.
Daughters standing by him.
You never had a shred of doubt once you heard the evidence from law enforcement against your dad?
I've never had a shred of doubt. No.
Yeah, that's true. Just if anybody's questioning that. I don't really want to do a lot of reading of the daughter's body language, but they really seem to not believe for a second that their father did this.
Law enforcement, the DAs, believed that they had their guy.
No, Bern, I didn't see it. Do you have the link for that? Hook me up. I want to definitely check it out. Someone said that he got all like what it said something at the beginning of the stream about Upchurch. Can't remember what they said. Something like he wigged out or something. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Yeah, share the link or point me in the right direction for that. I want to check it out.
And they believe that there's a mountain of evidence against you. There's just not Suzanne's body.
They're wrong. They've got tunnel vision, and they looked at one person, and they've got too much pride to say they're wrong and look somewhere else.
These charges were dropped without prejudice, which means if authorities feel like there's more evidence, they could charge you again. Do you live with fear of that?
Well, I was innocent the first time they arrested me, so I'm sure it's possible. But I don't have anything to worry about. I've done nothing wrong.
Once again, his behavior is consistent with what he's saying. That could mean that he's a good liar if you believe that he, in fact, committed this murder. But there really is no overt body language that would suggest lying or deception. Part of that is feeling uncomfortable. Part of it is not liking to lie or feeling discomfort lying. So when people do lie, they tend to leak that out in their body language in some way. We're not seeing a ton in this interview. I do get that. Like, this is not like 15 minutes of him talking nonstop. So we're not able to get a really good baseline of what his behavior is like. But based on what we're seeing, there are no overt signs of this.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Bern. I appreciate that. I got it.
Deception. Let's keep going.
She was really having trouble with the chemotherapy and the drugs.
I know he's not giving us a lot to go on as far as big body language goes because he's sitting very still. But as far as subtle body language goes, as far as flashes of emotions, we're not seeing a lot here. Once again, there's no overt signs of deception from any of this interview so far.
Trouble with the chemotherapy and the drugs.
Investigators also say she was involved with someone else.
When you found out that Suzanne was having an affair, what was your first thought?
My heart was broke. My heart was broken.
All right, and what we're seeing now, that's very consistent with genuine sadness. And I know for some people they may go like, well, obviously, but it's not always obvious. And I would say that the different subtle facial expressions you're seeing as he talks about this show that he is genuinely sad.
My heart was broke. My heart was broken.
The reason I point that out, by the way, is that sometimes in situations like this, someone will say they're feeling sad and you'll see anger. They'll say, like, I'm so sad about what happened, or their heart was broken, and then they'll show an angry brow. You'll see flashes of anger, which we're not seeing with him, which is interesting given what he was accused of at one point. So what conclusions can we come to? Now, I recognize there is a lot of information out there, and you may be looking at all of the available information and making your own determination. But based on body language and behavior in this, there's nothing that demonstrates that he's being overtly deceptive. It's also possible that he's just very good. Maybe he's a good liar. Maybe he doesn't show those signs. But I can't say a single thing that I saw that suggested that he in fact was lying.
Wow,
Keep in
man.
mind, some of the more unusual behaviors may have alternative explanations. So keep this in mind.
Wow, man. I mean, he said not one thing that he said or did on any of those interviews showed any deception to him. Man, dude, I don't know. I'm no expert, but shit, man. Like all four of the behavior panel, they picked out 100 things each. And a lot of them things were just like normal people like us were looking at it and be like, oh yeah, no, that doesn't look right. Something's wrong with that. Like I was calling out crap before we even heard the rest of the video, and they even said it. It was like in your face, so obvious. Huh. Wonder if I could show this damn thing. Casey, you kind of get it. What do you kind of get? He needs to find the baseline and can't with the cut footage. I like that he kept to that integrity. Yeah, no, I can see. I mean, of course, you're not gonna, give 100%, diagnosis or anything without having like uncut stuff, but still, man, it was just. And he even said like, well, he didn't really explain it away either. He said that a lot of his activity was weird or strange, but it could be explained away by other things. But he really didn't go into other things of what it could be, at least in my opinion, how I saw it. But all right, I don't know if I should show this Ryan Upchurch shit. Should I read this crap? You guys want to hear this shit? Guess I won't play the video, but I can. Yes, for Ryan mess. All right. Yeah, man. It's a Casey. You actually think he did it, huh? All right. All right. I can see. And then you kind of are not gung ho for the body language stuff. That's interesting to me. Um, why do you think he might be guilty? I mean, is there a reason you think, or a couple or something, or just a hunch you got? Yeah, TLC. He's gonna lose all his money the rate he's going. All right, let's look at this article. Nashville YouTuber sued for defamation over true crime video. At a moment of intense grief, they had to deal with all of those false accusations, attacking them personally and their reputation. That's a quote. I don't know who the quote's from. They didn't say. All right, so they talk about when Kylie went missing. We all know that part of the story. Let's see. The following day, Ronnie's mother go find me, blah blah. They talk. Is this when? All right, here we go. All right. According to Chris Smith, an attorney representing members of Rodney's family, her death was just the beginning of the family's pain because true crime videos online began widely speculating on what really happened, in quotes, to Rodney. There has been a lot of negative attention thrown back their way, and they were thrust into the spotlight with Kylie disappeared, Smith said. At a moment of intense grief, they had to deal with all of those fake accusations, attacking them personally and their reputation. Yeah, you just said that in the previous statement. All right. Smith says popular Nashville YouTuber Ryan Upchurch was a prominent figure in this speculation. And when he posted a video titled Zero Proof of Kylie Rodney's Situation Being Real, in quotes, that was, I guess, the title of the video, and suggested the Rodney case was a scam to raise money on GoFundMe. Rodney's father, Daniel Rodney, and her grandfather, David Robertson, hired Smith to sue Upchurch for defamation. The federal suit was filed against Upchurch on July 28, 2023 in Nashville Division for the Middle District of Tennessee and claims Rodney's father and grandfather suffered damage to their reputations, financial loss, emotional distress. According to the suit, Upchurch says in the video, everyone telling me I should be ashamed of myself. How dare you? That, oh, this is faked. Show me that it's real. Show me proof of Kylie Rodney. The suit claims that Upchurch goes on to say, do you realize that you could be a millionaire on GoFundMe by catfishing people with internet deaths? You could do it fast as it's probably shit, but it's not there. Look at the Kylie Rodney GoFundMe. It's made $63,000 in the past 7 days. Upchurch went on, according to the suit, to say in the video, show me real proof of Kylie Rodney existing. Show me anything that indicates that this is real. You can't, because it ain't. It's a scam. Yeah, dude. This is when Ryan went off the deep end for sure. They felt powerless and victimized. There was nothing they could do to stop these videos, said Smith. These videos were going viral, getting hundreds of thousands of views on a platform that has 3 million followers. Yeah, man. He only had like 2.7 when he started this crap. I mean, he gained like 700,000 subscribers, almost a million from that shit. So we allege the videos he was uploading were defamatory, Smith said. And when you start conspiracy theorizing about real people making up facts that are fake, that's when you can be held accountable. And then there's everyone can see that, right? Picture of dumb church. Upchurch isn't the only person sued for posting controversial videos about real crimes. Earlier this year, TikTok's psychic Ashley Gillard was sued for claiming a University of Idaho professor ordered the killing of 4 students. And InfoWars founder Alex Jones got hit with multiple suits for saying the Sandy Hook Elementary massacre was a hoax. Oh man, yeah, dude. You know you're in trouble if he starts comparing you to Alex Jones, man. You might as well just like call it a fucking day. Yeah, I know, Bernard. And I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, they took a little quote out of the one paragraph, put it at the top, and when I read that, and then you go down, you read the actual paragraph, and there it is in the same paragraph below. Um, well, he's a fathead. Oh man, yeah, dude, definitely not a good thing when you start getting compared to him, the number one hated conspiracy theorist. All right, where are we at? All right. Vanderbilt Law School professor Jennifer Safstrom says that social media companies like YouTube, where videos containing defamatory speech are posted, are not subject to getting sued. So just hosting the platform is not enough. Typically to be held liable, she said. That is because they are not the messenger. They are not endorsing the speech. They are just the conduit. That's so stupid, but they'll kick you off for the shit. So, like, if they're not going to get sued, they're not going to be held responsible. Then they should just let everybody do whatever the hell they want on here, and then, let other people sue them and take action. But yeah, that would just be fucking nuts, probably. Someone's opinion is absolutely a defense. And that is often the defense someone is going to bring in these kinds of cases. And one of the issues the court will have to decide. Yeah, I mean it's like freedom of speech, but where does it go too far? But anyways, Upchurch has not filed an answer to the suit at this point, but he has retained an attorney who investigates contacted for comment. Oh, they contacted for comment. In a statement, Sherwood said they would not be commenting on the case at this time, but that Upchurch felt confident in his defense and looked forward to presenting that defense in court. But Smith says he isn't buying the defense Upchurch was merely expressing his opinion on the case. There's a limit to freedom of speech. Oh, here we go. There's a limit to freedom of speech, Smith said, and that freedom of speech has to be checked against the rights of people to their own reputation, their privacy, the right to grieve alone and not be defamed. If we're successful in this suit, we hope it sends a message that just because you have a webcam and an internet connection, you still have responsibilities. Oh, what, man? You can't just do whatever you want on the internet. And you can't just say anything you like about real people who have real lives and real feelings, said Smith. Oh my goodness. All right. Hey, there is a video. Like I said, I'm kind of afraid to play it. But what the hey, right?
You've got the look. Now, get
past several years. But is there a limit to what people can and cannot say in discussing theories around crimes?
WSMV4 investigative reporter Stacey Cameron looked into a federal lawsuit facing a Nashville YouTube star and reveals how it could shape the way crimes are discussed.
Need you to be looking out for Kylie and Kylie's car.
When 16-year-old Kylie Rodney vanished after attending a party in August of 2022, her mother's desperate plea for help.
My head is all over the place. I'm terrified.
Turned the search for her daughter into an international story. But the news took a tragic turn.
a heartbreaking end to the more than 2-week-long search.
When investigators in California determined she accidentally drowned after driving her car into a lake the night she went missing. But according to attorney Chris Smith,
they're still obviously grieving.
Rodney's death was just the beginning of her family's pain, because true crime conspiracy videos
show me real proof of Kylie Rodney existing,
like this one posted by Nashville YouTube star Ryan Upchurch took the case viral. And Smith says when Upchurch told his 3 million followers that the Rodneys faked everything to make money on GoFundMe.
Remember when he was like, yeah, and he's like, yeah, and it went here and it went there and there, and he's like, bam, case solved. I can't remember what stream it was. He did that. He's like, he connected this dot and this dot and this dot and this dot. Like within like 7 seconds, he said like fucking 20 things. He's like, bam, case solved. Oh, fucking Ryan Upchurch. This fucking dude's hilarious. And he's fucked around and he's finding out. Don't start crying, Gunner.
it's a scam.
The family hired him to sue Upchurch for defamation, claiming his videos caused mental and psychological damage.
Do you think there's an incentive for people to publish these types of videos?
Absolutely. If that video goes viral, then you get subscribers, you get clicks, and you might get money.
Upchurch isn't the only person sued for posting controversial videos about real crimes. Earlier this year, TikTok psychic Ashley Gillard was sued for claiming a University of Idaho professor ordered the killing of 4 students. And InfoWars founder Alex Jones got hit with multiple suits for saying the Sandy Hook Elementary massacre was a hoax. But when it comes to videos like Upchurch's,
can the companies that offer the platform be held liable?
Generally, no.
Vanderbilt law professor Jennifer Safstrom says companies like YouTube can't be sued because they're not the ones talking. And to win in court, Safstrom says you basically need to prove the person posting knew they were lying, not just sharing what they think about a high-profile crime.
Is someone's opinion protected from a defamation lawsuit?
Absolutely.
In a statement sent to...
Well, I mean, is that going to be a problem, though? I mean, he can roll in there and be like, hey, I'm a dumb motherfucker. So, and I really thought that, you know? I mean, what are they going to say? They're going to look at me like, you look like a dumb motherfucker. You might have thought that was real. I mean, fuck, man. How do you prove that they knew that? That's, see, that's why I never liked the Alex Jones thing either, even though it was a big thing, but it was just his opinion, you know? It wasn't like, I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of strange, but yeah, man, that doesn't sound very good for them, though, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, dang, dude. But I figure if you get I always said in the last few years, especially dealing with YouTube, I'll if I ever get in trouble, I'm going judge trial. I'm not getting a jury trial because these people nowadays, I just don't trust them. Like they're not using their brain half the time. So I would definitely not put because it's bizarre. I mean, if he gets away with this, because like I said, he couldn't just say, "Hey, I'm a freaking moron. I am like 24 IQ," and you know, and then whatever he says, it doesn't matter at that point. I don't know, man. It's weird. What's the name of his gang? Whose gang? Oh, Upchurch? What is it? Creek Squad. Yeah. Oh yeah, Amber Heard didn't get away with it. All right. I mean, there's definitely been some cases. You know, Alex Jones was another one. But I just if the only way you can get sued if they can prove that what you're saying and you know that it's a lie, a bull-faced lie, and you say it anyways. I mean, that's how hard. How hard is that going to be to prove? So basically, they're going to have video of you saying that the opposite of what you're saying, then, or some kind of proof or documentation that you said. Oh yeah, no, they were egging him on. I mean, like I said, dude, I remember. I remember when he first came on the whole thing and the whole Mill thing. I was like, man, dude. I'm like, okay, because it was right after that fucking other guy, Joseph Morris guy, got busted for the whatever. I forget what he did, man. He like lied about some shit and made up some crap. He was the Gabby Petito case. But yeah, it was right after that. I'm like, oh man, it does like kind of sound kind of fucked up, And then he just went off the rocker after that point. But because it definitely, and I think that he went in at it like thinking, oh man, I'm just gonna say this, and I have 2,700,000 subscribers, and all these other people don't have shit for subscribers. So if I run into any resistance, I'll just have my backup roll in, and it'll squash that. And but what he did do, which was really bizarre, is that when it comes to ICML, if you, B, Tim, or I specifically told Upchurch on Queen's panel that the links in my comment section was not child P, that will be a huge benefit, because at that point he can't say he didn't know, or that it was just a been. Yeah, no, that's true, Burden, because all that happened before he went off the rocker with "She Didn't Exist" and all that stuff. Yeah, and I mean, shit. How long was he on that panel that day? He was on the panel for like fucking 6 hours, 7 hours. He was on there forever, and yeah, there were so many people that were explaining it to him till they were blue in the face. I mean, I don't know how many times we went over it with him, and like so many different people tried different ways of explaining it to him, and he's still like. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just because we told him, he just didn't. He could say, "I didn't believe them." They weren't an authority, so I didn't believe them, or something. I don't know. But yeah, that'd be cool if it definitely would be cool if that helped out. To show that he did know that what he was saying was bullshit. I mean, he had to know. I remember him saying that stuff, and like there was only like those few people, what, Captain Kurt and the fucking Cummins dude, or whatever, the 4-barrel carburetor guy. Like those are the only people that were like, yeah, dude, yeah. And that's what I was gonna say too. Yeah, he'd roll in, and like before he did anything, he'd be like, there's a $500 super chat, and everyone's like, wow, damn, they hadn't seen $500 in like 6 months, all together. So they were like, oh yeah, yeah. And then they just let him get up there and spew a bunch of bullshit. And then he was just like, okay, I'm done with you. And he's on to the next one. It was freaking bizarre. It was like a, what do they call that? It was like when he just had CD come out, or a song come out, and or like you have a book you come out, you do like the rounds, whatever the fucking shit's called. Can't even think what it's called right now. But yeah, you do the rounds, and you shake the hands, you sign the books, you sign the CDs, you sell a little bit more merch. You just get your word out there, and he already had his own little niche in the YouTube, so he just reached out to other sections of YouTube to, bring more people in. And I think he would have done good if he didn't go totally fucking sideways. It probably would have. I mean, obviously, it got him a lot more subscribers. Probably sold a lot more music, a lot more everything because of that. Even though he was psycho and saying some bizarre shit, but that was one thing, and that's one thing about YouTube. It's just people on YouTube that see that. So if we're staying in one little group, like say in the true crime community, that's all that sees this. No one else sees this. And I explained this even during the Kylie Rodney thing, it's like no one knew about the case where in Florida, like no one even heard about this girl missing or whatever. Like I'm sitting there talking about it at work, and these people are like, "Who the hell is that?" And I never heard of it. I'm like, dude, don't you watch? I watch the news every night. I never heard anything about her. It's like it's such a small portion of stuff, and I think that's what he was hoping for. Like it wasn't going to get out to mainstream, but it was going to be enough to get his YouTube stuff even bigger and sell some more music, get a few more different people into, at least checking it out. And it was all just a publicity stunt, basically. And but he's such a fucking moron that he went totally fucking like off the reservation on this one. Yeah, he just, totally lost his mind or getting bad advice from someone. I mean, you figure someone like that would have some kind of financial advisor, some kind of social media advisor, some kind of something, to help him. Yeah, his mouth, he definitely wasn't in tune on that shit for sure. Yeah, it was all a promotion. Exactly, fair stuff. Yeah, it was all promotion for his shit, 100%. I mean, you saw that all day long. When he first came in there, he just yeah, I honestly cannot stand that dude. It's funny because I have a few people that I really like on YouTube, and they just love the dude, and I just don't understand it, man. I really do not understand it. Um, I don't know. I tend to like I could like something about someone, but if there's like 6 other things I don't like about it, I'm gonna have a hard time just, he does good music, forget about everything else. I have a hard time doing that. Just that's not me, especially with that dude. I don't even know. I think I did listen to a couple of his songs. I think I did like one or two of them. Um, but yeah. Anyways. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Well, it'll be interesting. And he hasn't even responded at all to the lawsuit, which is kind of interesting to me. So we'll see. Yeah, I guess we'll see if he tries to like get it thrown out or if he actually has to go and do deposition and all that stuff. Can you imagine that deposition? Oh my god, man. That'd be great, dude. They better record that. Maybe they'll release it. Yeah, TLC. Yeah, I wonder who all supporting him now. He's getting words of encouragement from all these people that were riding on his little fucking his fame and fortune. But I mean, I guess it's got to be a little rough too when you're when you're rich or something like that. You really got to worry about people hurting you, scamming you, you know, just looking out for their interests and nothing for you. And then his whole issue with his family and stuff ain't a good thing either. Yeah, no, Burden, I agree. Like, yeah, a lot of people, definitely like his singing and think that he's a good artist. But yeah, you can't overlook some of this stuff, man. It's just, yeah, especially when it comes to Kylie Rodney. And yeah, he came in and just like dropped a nuke on fucking true crime. And that's like kind of when it went fucking like just crazy. It seemed like that's when like so many people. You know what was weird about that too? Like he lives in Tennessee, and he like was he into the Summer Wells case at all? Like you would think that he would be more interested in that than any other case. Especially, I mean, as much as that case is on YouTube too. Yeah. Oh, he did talk on Summer, huh? Huh, that's cool. I honestly I didn't even know he even did anything. Oh, actually, yeah, I do remember them saying that was like his first little stuck his toe into the waters of true crime with the Summer Wells case. I remember them saying that, and then I remember him saying that actually on a panel or on one of his videos. But yeah, he went balls deep in the Kylie Rodney case, and then some. All right, well, I guess I'll end my live. I won't do an all day live like I normally do. It's been a while since I had a live, so I'll keep it to a minimum. I appreciate everyone coming in, hanging out. I mean, I'm happy. Yeah, no, I'm watching the sunrise right now too. Um, yeah, so it's kind of cool that they got arrested Tupac's supposed alleged murder in a that was interesting. If you missed that, go back to the beginning of this video and look at that the press conference if you haven't seen it yet. It's pretty interesting. They said they pretty much knew what happened and knew who did what. Stop. Sorry. Fucking dogs barking. Oh, thanks for coming in, Casey. You were great. Kay, Burden, TLC. I mean, everyone, so many people. Yeah, they said they knew what happened just a few months after he was murdered. They knew who did it, what happened. They just didn't have enough evidence. And then they come and arrest this guy, and I guess there was 4 people in the car when it happened, when the shooting occurred, and the other 3 people are already dead and gone. And the actual dude that they arrested, he's like basically the gang leader, the kingpin of the situation, or the little gang that did this. He's the only one still alive, which is so crazy. He's like 60 some years old. Yeah, 60 some years old. So, oh yeah, you heard the yeah. I have a lab and an Australian Shepherd, and they like to bark at every little freaking noise, especially in the morning when it's all quiet. And then we used to have a skateboarder that comes down the sidewalk. They like bark at him every morning. And then we have little kids that ride their bikes. They like to slam into the fence. So the dogs like to bark at them too. But yeah. So yeah, if you want to check out the Tupac thing, it's earlier in the stream, right at the beginning. It's definitely interesting. And no, I'm just happy. I mean, it sucks that it took them 27 years to do it, but at least they think they got their man, and the guy got to live 27 years. Not in trouble, not in jail, got to live his life, which is pretty shitty. And then think about the 27 too. I was talking about that. If you're a number person, all these musicians and stuff die at 27. It's like the 27 curse or whatever. And then it was 27 years after he passed away or was murdered that they actually arrested the murderer. So hey, everything's 27. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Dude. They wouldn't last 27 days. I'm surprised they lasted the couple weeks they did in Georgia, honestly. And didn't they leave and come back a couple times too? So yeah, they definitely wouldn't have been there. for 27 years. That would have been funny though. Oh, hey, what's up, Grain? Yeah, never too old. I mean, no, hey, justice sometimes is slow, but you know, at least there will be some justice. And I mean, he's definitely going to be living if he gets convicted. He's going to be living the rest of his life in jail. So that can't be a good thing, especially at the end of your life like that. Um, yeah. Yeah, they left and came back like 3 times. Yeah, hell, they left and came back like 6 times in one day. Dolly was on the run a couple of times. Ah. What's up, Gray? What are you doing? You want to come up and bullshit for a little bit? I was gonna kill the stream. No one wanted to come up today, man. No one wants to play with me. Yeah, so but it's good that they did get him. So that's awesome. I'm happy. And yeah, no, oh yeah, that was the other thing. I said it earlier in the thing. If you guys don't know the guy, Keith D, that was I think that's what his name was. But or his nickname. But he did an interview with Vlad TV, and it's on YouTube. It's like 3 hours long, about 4 or 5 years ago. And I they were saying I'm assuming that some of the evidence that they said in the press conference, like basically they have whatever evidence they had, but they didn't have enough until that guy actually confessed to doing it. And they said he confessed to like reporters and media people. So I'm assuming it could have been on that Vlad TV interview that he did, where he actually admitted to some stuff, and that might have got him in trouble. I don't know. That's kind of what they said at the press conference for it. What happened? You gotta hold someone's hand across the street. What? Were you getting in trouble, Gray? What were you doing? Were you being bad on these streets? Are you taking after your sister, Ellie? That's funny. I heard the white boy Rick story today, right? How child abuse was done by law enforcement. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. So Kay, it was the Vlad TV interview? Keith D did a 2-hour interview with Vlad and confessed to all of it. Oh wow. Okay, cool. Yeah, I had heard that he did an interview like 4 or 5 years ago. I probably seen it before. I watch a lot of Vlad TV. I like watching some of the people that he has on there. Especially when they they got a problem with someone else. They tend to talk a whole bunch of shit. Not at all, you're just in the hood. All right. You can't even type yet. Drink some coffee. Oh, shit. Yeah, Kate, that's funny that you said that. That's the first thing I thought of. I was like, wow, so now they don't have to worry about that. I wonder, because they were trying to say they were kind of linked or something. So it'll be interesting. And the word on the street that guy did it, 3 months after, and the word on the street was Puff Daddy had something to do with Biggie. So, man, dude, that would be awesome if they figured out what happened with him, because that all happened in LA too. And there was the same rumors, almost like with Tupac. It was gang affiliated. It was his record label. It was I mean it's almost the same exact thing. It was a rival gang. It was the same gang, like his gang. Um, what was the other freaking thing? He never really died. It was all like literally everything that they said about Tupac, they said about Biggie. So, and vice versa. Oh wow, they're saying Puffy paid for the hit, huh? Yeah, I mean the way the press conference and the investigators said about it, they said that it was all from that fight because we have all seen that fight, the video in Las Vegas where they were like kicking the one dude, and that was the actual dude that got arrested. That was the guy on the ground that they were kicking and beating up, and they're saying that after that happened, he left and said, "Hey, we're gonna get them back," because it happened like they had just basically after all that, everyone was leaving the thing, so it happened like within like 10 minutes or something. Went got a gun, got his three other people, and they went and they caught him right there at the intersection. So yeah. Yeah, you never know. I mean, it definitely could have been gang related, and then we talked about it earlier in the stream too. Where like, the cops did it. They were in on it. They did the hit. A lot of this stuff, and we talked about, hey, maybe they were getting paid by the gang, so they looked the other way, or maybe they just didn't investigate that hard over the situation. Maybe they knew about it. Maybe they were a hit squad, or maybe they did stuff like that. So it's definitely possible, especially in LA. I mean, there's all kinds of police getting busted there for like gangs and like gang activity and stealing money and other crap. Yeah, TLC, you would think, man, like a lot of videos I watched on there, it seemed like, yeah, a lot of these people were confessing this stuff and like not very bright. It's like, yo, Vlad's just sitting there like, yo, this is just between you and me. No one else is gonna see this. This is for my private collection. I mean, these people know that that's what he does, man. He records this shit and puts it out there, hoping he gets something juicy. And these people are like, yeah, Vlad TV. Oh, yeah. Oh, what do you want to know? Oh, yeah, that dude that died there. Yeah, yeah, I was there. I did. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would you do that? I mean, these people just aren't that bright, or so weird. Let's see. Do you guys like my background? That's Venice Beach, Cam, sunset. I'm gonna go there one day. Trying to get Ellie to go there and take a picture of the camera that I look at every day. Yeah, yeah, dude, I believe it, Burden. Like, it probably is the biggest gang out there is law enforcement. Um, yeah, I mean, some of the stuff they get away with, it's worse than a gang. I mean, they're definitely terrorizing the streets in some cases. And it sucks because it gives them all a bad name. It really does. I mean, that's how most people think. One bad apple, they feel the whole bunch is ruined. In a lot of cases, that's true, but most cases, it's probably not. Oh, on that show, you going down? That's funny. Yeah, man. If you go in there, you're done, dude. Like I don't know what it is, but he gets them all to talk. But oh, that was a sunrise. No, unfortunately, I can go outside right now and get a sunrise one. But yeah, no, it's actually the sunset at Venice Beach, Cam. I think it's the Venice Hotel that sponsors the cam. But it seems like it's on like a rotation thing, and then at sunset it kind of stays there for about the last 30 minutes of the sunset. It's kind of cool. But yeah, we'll say it's a sunrise burden just for today's stream. How do you guys like the sunrise? Because the sun is rising right now. All right, no, I gotta go. All right. Thanks everyone for coming in again. I appreciate it. Shout out to Wing Zero who gifted like 10 memberships in the stream earlier. Love her. She is great. That is awesome. Everyone enjoy if you have a membership and you got one, I have like freaking 11 like special emojis you can use. So definitely use a custom emoji if you're in here. I got like 420 time. I got Mona Dreads. Dread Elisa. I don't know what it's called. What was the other one? I have Namaste. I have Bob Marley. And I have the serial killer emoji. All right, I'm done. All right, guys, I'm out of here. You all have a good day, and I'll see you around. I don't know. I may do a live later. What the heck? We'll see what happens. Another late nighter when everyone else goes to bed. Get the Insomnia crew together again. Yeah, exactly, Burden. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, TLC, K, everybody who's still here, all you lurkers out there. Hey, don't forget, like and subscribe if you don't mind. That'd be awesome. And have a great morning. Ciao.